answer to this stupid question. Which U.S. president declared February Black History Month? 215-263-WMMR. We'll go to Noah, see if he knows the answer. Hey, Noah, good morning.
Hello.
All right, Noah, which U.S. president declared February Black History Month, please?
Gerald Ford.
You are correct. Gerald Ford made it February Black History Month, and you're right. Hang on, Noah. We're going to set you up with a $50 Metro Diner dining card, and you can kick mealtime traditions to the curb this year. Enjoy new hearty dishes like the Carnitas Scramble Bowl and Metro Cristo, a sandwich stacked between two fried jelly donuts topped with powdered sugar. And you can visit metrodiner.com for more.
Jelly donut.
Thank you, sir. All right, so we'll start with this interesting little story, and kind of there's a lot of details here. Olivia Wilde and Jason Sudeikis' former nanny has filed a wrongful termination lawsuit against the pair, alleging that she was fired due to her mental health. So Erica Gennaro is her name. She began working with the former couple in 2018, filed a lawsuit Tuesday in Los Angeles Superior Court. In the complaint, Gennaro details the alleged unbearable anxiety and stress she faced while caring for the pair's two kids, Daisy and Otis, after Wilde had moved out. A rep for Sudeikis referenced the former couple's previous response to the allegations in October of last year, and this is what they had said at the time. As parents, it's incredibly upsetting to learn a former nanny of our two young children would choose to make such false and scurrilous accusations about us publicly. They previously said her now 18-month-long campaign of harassing us as well as loved ones, close friends, and colleagues has reached its unfortunate apex. We will continue to focus on raising and protecting our children with a sincere hope that she will now choose to leave our family alone. Well, she's not, so she's filing a suit.
So, I remember this other lawsuit or this other hubbub. And was she the one, apparently, who Jason Sudeikis had asked about this salad dressing that Olivia Wilde had made for...
I'm not sure if that's the same person. It sounds like it might be.
It sounds like it, right?
Yeah.
You remember that whole story?
I do. Yeah. In fact, Rochelle printed up the recipe of the salad, and we have yet to have it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she meant to take it to the grocery store with us the other day to get the ingredients.
So
funny.
Sudeikis was apparently irate that Olivia Wilde was making her special salad dressing for Harry Styles.
Yes.
Which clearly indicated to him that they were doing oral.
But here's the deal. I don't know what her mental health status is or was at this time. But when you're talking about the safety of your children, your mental health has no bear. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, but if your mental health makes me feel
uncomfortable with around kids, no, that's absolutely the case.
Which is why. Let me give you the details here of this, and it's. I think you might come to the same conclusion as me. But Gennaro alleged that Sudeikis would ask her to, quote, stay up at night after the kids were put to bed to talk, noting that the subject matter naturally evolved to speaking about Olivia Wilde. The former nanny claimed these conversations caused extreme anxiety as she felt she had to pick sides between Sudeikis and Wilde. Gennaro's role in the kids' lives allegedly increased exponentially, according to the complaint. The pressure of Gennaro not only being the primary caretaker of the children, but also filling in Wilde's absence for the children became debilitating. This is according to the suit.
All right.
At one point, Gennaro allegedly met with Olivia in Palm Springs to discuss becoming anxious and stressed with the situation at the home. So she feels like she's
torn between two lovers and feeling like a fool.
Yeah. No, but anyhow, she's in the middle of this thing. So Gennaro said she felt a, quote, genuine sense of relief and camaraderie with Wilde, but claimed that about a month later, Sudeikis told Gennaro that the actress had shared with him the entire conversation. So she, Olivia, had said, hey, by the way, the nanny told me all this.
So she felt betrayed.
All right, so anyhow, as the news of Sudeikis' and Wilde's split hit the media, Gennaro claimed her anxiety and stress did not get any better. They eventually attended group therapy with Gennaro.
That's kind of weird.
As the former couple recognized the emotional toll of the situation.
I'd like to bring someone else into our session.
Gennaro also claimed that she began seeing an osteopath for her physical pain, anxiety, and stress. And she alleged that her osteopath suggested
That's someone who can read your mind, right?
No, this is not. Osteopath is they have to do with your bones
and
density.
yes, all of that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's a doctor. She alleged
Get off my back.
that her osteopath suggests that she take a 3-day medical leave of absence because of her mental health, also known as stress leave. When Gennaro responded that she was under the osteopath's orders to not speak with anyone because of her anxiety, she said Sudeikis terminated her on the spot. That's according to the allegations. Gennaro is now seeking damages of loss of earnings, deferred compensation, and other employment benefits. Now, if that's all, if it's just legit, loss of earnings type of thing, and it's reasonable, maybe I could see a little bit of that. But it sounds like it's just it's a tough gig, and it was too much for you.
That's what it sounds like. And also, you're not obliged to keep someone employed, who you feel is a risk element to your family. If someone says, listen, I'm having these issues. Well, I understand that.
Yeah, but these are our children.
Yeah. So, yeah. And what about that salad dressing?
Right. How about this salad dressing?
Goddamn salad dressing.
So, yeah, it all seems a little light to me. You know what I mean? It doesn't seem like there's a whole lot there.
Yeah, well, in court, think of how that's going to play out in court. How do you definitively draw the lines? As I said before, we're all pre-med on the show, so we don't know all the inner workings of the courtroom. But it seems that would be hard to prove.
Yeah, but maybe Wilden Sudeikis will go. All right, here's a little bit of money for your time off of work.
Now shut up.
Now go find another job and shut up.
Yeah.
Wilden Sudeikis.
Where were those pictures I was supposed to see?
So they called the whole accusations false. So it's all a big hubbub at the moment. Can I go to this call real quick?
I think that'd be great.
Let me do this. I'm sorry to jump in here, Roy, but this is Chris and her daughter, Brooklyn, wanted to pop in real quick on the line. Hi, good morning, Chris.
Hi, good morning, guys. Thanks so much for taking our call. I'm here with my 9-year-old daughter, Brooklyn. Say hi. Hi, you guys rock.
Thank you, Brooklyn. Now, you guys are going somewhere this morning, Chris. You wanted to tell us about that?
So I'm a longtime listener, and Brooklyn's a new listener. We've been going to CHOP every day for the last 3 days. She's having to have some tests done. She's a child with epilepsy, and she's as soon as I turned you guys on at 6:15, she's like, "Oh my God, I love these guys." Yes. And then Brooklyn, what did you say?
I said that I really like Preston.
Oh.
Isn't that wonderful?
Thank you, Brooklyn.
So we were just calling to say good morning and to give her a cool experience with being on the radio for the first time as a 9-year-old. I think she'll be pretty excited to tell her class tomorrow.
That is awesome.
She knocked it out of the park. That's fantastic.
And Brooklyn, just promise that you won't repeat a lot of what you hear on the show today.
Yes.
Yes, fortunately, she doesn't understand most of it.
All right, cool.
All right, Brooklyn, good luck with everything. We love you guys. Thanks for listening, okay?
Thank you. Love you guys.
All right, we'll
That
see you
is
later. Well,
so
that was
sweet.
nice.
It's got to make you feel good.
I feel like I could take on the world.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
But there's a lot of people, Preston.
Yeah, there
You'd
are, so
eventually
maybe-
lose. You'd eventually tire out.
All right, well, listen, I want to move on to this story that I mentioned earlier, and it is, it's a little funky here, and it involves our friend Bam Margera.
Oh, yeah.
Priscilla Presley's alleged friendship with Bam appears to be short-lived. She's apparently ripping on him a little bit for claiming that she gave him one of Elvis's rings and robes, and apparently she says that Bam made the whole thing up.
That was like a first. The picture with them together was like a first-time encounter.
Yep.
They don't have a long-term friendship.
And Bam was saying they did?
Yeah, she was
kind of
suggesting it.
Yeah, so
He's
Bam
apologized for suggesting that.
Yeah, Priscilla tells TMZ that Bam has betrayed not only her, but also her son, Navarone Garcia, by falsely claiming that she gifted him a couple of Elvis's personal items and filming in their home without her consent. So it's a stark rebuttal to what Bam had said earlier this month. He claimed that Priscilla gave him a robe and a ring that once belonged to Elvis, which
seemed kind of weird.
Bam said that he was going to pass the robe on to his dad, on to Phil, who's apparently a huge Elvis fan, and then give the ring to Yellow Wolf, who Bam considers the new king of rock and roll. I don't know who Yellow Wolf is.
Priscilla, give my belongings either to Bam or Wee Man.
The friendship seemingly popped up out of nowhere last week when Bam posted pictures and videos of him hanging out with Priscilla. So we saw those, right?
Yeah.
Bam made it seem like he and Priscilla were buddies. But she says that statement couldn't be farther from the truth. Instead, Priscilla says that Navarone asked her to have a new friend come over for a visit, but she had no idea that it was Bam or that later he would choose to post photos and false stories.
So this Navarone guy is the big fan, the big Bam fan.
Right. So
he's in those photos too, the Navarone guy and Yellow Wolf. So in the series where Bam posts a picture of him and Priscilla, in the next few photos, it's Navarone and Yellow Wolf.
Yeah, and you can tell that they're kind of birds of the feather. He's got tattoos on his hands and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And he's kind of, they're kind of in the same vibe, I guess.
So it's basically, Ma, can I have my friend over? And he takes a picture.
So listen to this. Priscilla says that Bam came over, talked nonstop about his new ventures and personal struggles, and asked for a photo with me for his father, who is a big fan. And then she said, unbeknownst to us at the time, Bam chose to circulate those photos accompanied by false information and storytelling. After what Bam has chosen to do, my son and I want no further communication with him. I consider him a dishonest and unstable individual. I had no idea who he was or that he was filming in my home without my consent. What's more, Priscilla's camp says that the robe did not belong to Elvis and that the ring is actually one of Bam's. She said at no time during the visit did I give him anything of Elvis's. I still have everything he ever touched. I would never disrespect Elvis, who was the love of my life, by giving away anything that belonged to him. I have always protected them for the fans. Elvis belonged to all of you, and I cherished my life with him too much to ever squander anything.
Wow.
So, she's shutting that down.
There's a couple of things here, too, because we know Bam to be actually a great guy and can be. He's clearly going through all sorts of issues and bipolar issues and things that are affecting him and screwing things up. Steve-O tried to get him on the better path, taking him on tour, and that didn't quite work out. So, this is just another road bump.
And you said something in there that he's an unstable person. He is. That's what we know, and unfortunately, that's what he's struggling with.
Yep.
All I know is that I got my robe back.
Congratulations.
That's right, man.
So Priscilla also says she hopes.
By the way, this is me in heaven.
Okay. Yeah. Nice to know you're still up there.
I'm still up here, man.
Priscilla says that she hopes Bam gets the help he needs to do and does what is right. Bam, by the way, is apologizing now publicly.
Yes.
He apologized to Priscilla and Navarone for his behavior and says that she didn't give him the robe or the ring. Nevertheless, Bam is seemingly continuing to maintain that the robe and ring did once belong to Elvis Presley, though in a lengthy Instagram post, he says Navarone, not Priscilla, was the one who gave him the memorabilia. He says, Navarone gave me a robe and ring that I gave Phil to be a part of his Elvis stuff. And while Priscilla told us that she and Navarone or told TMZ that she and Navarone are done with Bam, it sounds like Bam's not done with Navarone because he says, quote, I'm making Navarone a $10,000 heartgram necklace because I love his band, with hopes to record and tour.
And he showed a picture of said, I guess, on his Instagram.
Yep.
Of the piece of jewelry.
Uh-huh.
It's all kind of weird.
Yep, it is weird. So,
but when I remember seeing when the first time I saw the picture of Bam with Priscilla Presley, I'm like, huh?
Yeah, I know.
What's going on here, man?
Well, we'll see where this goes.
That's right.
Jon Favreau got his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame on Monday and was joined by his own star, Robert Downey Jr. But Downey, who Favreau, of course, famously fought to cast in the original Iron Man, threw a comical curveball when the star was being unveiled. You can see Downey, he goes, hold on, I just have to make this official. And he reached into his mouth, pulled out some gum, and then smashed it down on the star.
Because they end up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what
And they're
happens there.
trampled on.
In fact, there's an entire crew that goes around removing that stuff from the stars on the Walk of Fame.
Yep, so he says, now we're ready after he did that. Of course, Favreau directed Iron Man and Iron Man 2 from Marvel Studios, establishing both the tone of the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe and the visual language for the series, and he would return time and time again as his character Happy Hogan, Tony's dutiful head of security. Favreau also directed the live-action-ish remakes of Disney classics Jungle Book, The Lion King, and created Mandalorian, the Book of Boba Fett, and all kinds of stuff. So he's a juggernaut. And at some point, Favreau was also working on a Jungle Book sequel for the studio, utilizing the same mixture of technology that made his remake so singular. I don't know if that'll ever come to pass or not. We'll see. Speaking of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Emma Corrin excuse me, best known for portraying Princess Diana on The Crown. She's going to join the MCU. She's actually was already a part of it because she was in Guardians of the Galaxy 2.
Yes.
But she's going to co-star with Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman in the third installment of Deadpool.
I think that's going to be good.
Yeah.
She has a unique look about her.
Yeah, very much so.
Is she playing Diana?
No, she's not playing Diana, but man, wonderful in The Crown.
Yeah, she's excellent.
As Princess Diana. Korn's exact role has not been announced, but they're expected to play the villain. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah, that would
in
be
Deadpool
cool.
3. Which is scheduled to hit theaters September 6th of 2024.
Yeah, well, the reason is they go through about 40 passes on the script, and punch it up and keep adding jokes and asides.
Yeah. And there've been pictures of Hugh Jackman
working out,
exercising now, pumping up his arms one more time.
Yeah,
he's a machine.
And we have to go through that for radio. We have to do that intense training.
Yeah,
so that
especially like Camp Out for Hunger when we're in person and we gotta
taking all those performance enhancing drugs.
Well, we have those shirtless scenes.
Oh my God!
It's just
demanding.
Gotta get ready for them. Sean Levy, who directed Reynolds in Free Guy and The Adam Project, is taking over filmmaking duties for Deadpool 3, which is the first R-rated installment for Disney's MCU. Fox distributed the first 2 Deadpool films prior to Disney's acquisition of 20th Century Fox in 2019. So it's pretty exciting stuff. It should be pretty badass, and we got a little ways to go, but I like the fact that Emma Korn is going to be the villain. I think that's a cool cast.
I hope they keep it as unhinged and as incorrect as the first 2 were, because that was so terrific. That's what made them work so well.
And how could it not be?
Yeah.
I mean, they have no choice. They will definitely do that. Rebel Wilson appeared on Monday's episode of the Life Uncut podcast and shared how her and Ramona Agruma's families responded to the news of their romantic relationship. She said, my whole family has been just amazing. Ramona's family hasn't been as accepting. And so in many respects, it's been a lot harder on her to have to make the news public. She said, or the senior year actress added that she hopes that Ramona's family will come around someday, and said, with her, she's not in the public eye. It's much harder on her. It's so sad to see what happened with her family over it, but hopefully people will change in their attitude about things.
What is her occupation again? She's something, right, related to
I don't know.
Entertainment, I thought.
Not really sure.
And if you look at Rebel Wilson, man, she looks nothing like she used to look. Nothing. Even facially.
Yeah, agreed. So Extra reports that Megan Fox, Machine Gun Kelly were photographed going into an office building together the day before Valentine's Day for couples counseling. Wow. They were also spotted in a car together on Valentine's Day, suggesting that the couple is trying to work things out.
So they had a body language expert, examining the pictures. You know these things. They always do this grab.
Uh-huh.
And this expert says there's tension there.
There's tension there.
There's tension between the 2 people coming out of couples therapy.
Yeah. What
are the odds?
And between the people that removed all photos of each other, or at least she did on Instagram.
There appears to be tension.
Speaking of relationships, Terry Crews is giving couples sage advice this Valentine's Day. He spoke out yesterday about his marriage of 33 years to Rebecca King Crews. And he said the secret is you cannot love someone and control them at the same time.
True.
Never forget that.
Terry Crews is right.
When you know there's a difference between love and control, you've got the secret, and now it becomes magic. So that's his advice. This is pretty interesting. Deadline reports there's a video of Steven Spielberg and Tom Cruise interacting at the Oscar nominees luncheon on Friday, and it's making the rounds on social media. After the pair hug in the video, Spielberg tells Cruise, "You saved Hollywood's ass," referring to the success that he had with Top Gun Maverick. And he said, "You might have saved theatrical distribution." He said, seriously, Maverick might have saved the entire theatrical industry.
I don't think that's overstating things. As things are getting back on their feet with the theatrical experience, you had Top Gun Maverick, which seemed to be, Cruise was very adamant. I'm not releasing this to streaming. Yeah. This is going to be, and he held out. Yep. And the proof is in the pudding. And now we have Avatar. We have movies where people are feeling like, I want to go see that on the big screen.
Lots
So
of
can we just do something about the concession prices? You know, I think
they're going to pinch you for every way they can because they got to make up lost ground. You know, what is it? It's been a while, but what is
I went the other night to the movie.
What'd you pay?
Over $42 for 2 kids, for me and my son.
Just for the concessions?
Just for concessions.
Did you get any pudding while you were there?
No.
The pudding dispenser was broken.
Yeah.
The worst part was the movie had a glitch and we didn't actually watch the movie.
It was a Quantumania, right?
We sat in the theater for an hour waiting for them to figure out this technical glitch, and then and I left with $42 worth of popcorn and
So that was
ice
just
season.
concession.
That was just concession.
Because I was shocked I recently went to the movies with Jace, and I was shocked at the price of the ticket. Like, it was so cheap.
Did you go to matinee?
I can't.
Probably a matinee, right?
No, because I wasn't expecting a matinee price. Like, I know that it's cheaper during the day. Like, you know what? I think it was. Maybe it was during the day, but it was a weekend, so I wasn't expecting that cheaper price. But I was like shocked by the price of the ticket.
As far as the concessions go, dude, we never, ever, ever buy the concessions there.
Do you bring stuff with you?
Absolutely.
Are you allowed?
Here's
always
the deal.
hiding it when I walk in.
We hide it.
Oh, I'm 4 months along.
Yeah.
I mean, that was like growing up. My mom was like, nope, what do you guys want? We would stop at like 7-Eleven or Wawa.
We hit Wawa every time.
Buy the exact same thing for like a quarter of the price. My mom would shove it in her bag.
That's why the colder months are easier to go to the movies.
I want a canned ham.
You can throw them all in your pockets. Yeah.
It was at the Fashion District. Wetzel's Pretzels was closed. And so I was planning on it.
Yeah.
But also, they have the last time I went to that particular movie theater, the person that was collecting tickets, they wouldn't let me in with my Wetzel's Pretzels. A lot of times, I don't even hide it. You just walk in, and they don't really care.
You got to put in a little effort.
Yeah, I guess that's it, right? Is it don't ask, don't tell, basically?
Yeah.
I don't think you have to put in the effort anymore.
You don't?
I've walked in like with a Wawa bag and nobody has said anything at this point. So I'm just like,
I think they're just happy to have people in the theater.
I think so too.
You should walk in with that turkey leg, Nick.
I got the giant, the quote unquote share bag of peanut M&Ms where I'm not doing any sharing whatsoever.
Share with yourself.
Yeah.
No, I will always hide it just out of.
I get nervous.
Yeah, I I don't get nervous,
but I got to get the
just
popcorn. That's the thing. Like,
yeah.
I will get
You got
popcorn.
Kathy in the back. It's like Midnight Express, you know. She's standing up on strip naked.
I have a hard time like doing the wrong thing.
Snow caps in her ass.
I don't know if this is allowed.
They're interrogating her. Yeah.
Liar, whore, you know
No, they were just found them walking in. I like clams. What can I say?
You're a liar and a whore.
Liar, whore, and you know it.
There were Twizzlers there on the floor. I just picked them up.
By the way, speaking of Top Gun Maverick, Steve, you sent me the teaser for the Oscars and Jimmy Kimmel hosting. That is hilarious.
They did a great job.
I loved it. It's a parody. John Hamm is in it. It's a parody, and there's some surprises. So if you get a chance to watch it, it's very, very well done. We mentioned this late in the show yesterday. According to Variety, Apple TV Plus announced the season 3 premiere date for Ted Lasso Tuesday. They said they mentioned it yesterday.
They mentioned it yesterday, Tuesday.
Yeah, but it goes Tuesday, February 14th. I don't need to know that. I know when the hell it happened. Anyway, they shared a teaser for the new season. Now, that I've not seen yet.
I saw it.
It is set to return to the streaming platform on March 15th. We are 1 month away from Ted Lasso.
The teaser is it's not related technically to the series. Every one of the team members has done their own riff on the Believe.
Okay.
And put it over their locker area.
Oh, okay.
It's really, listen, so yesterday they reported, my wife says, why are they reporting on this show? I said, it's kind of a phenomenon.
Yes.
So, and I think that's what a lot of people have really tied into this, and that's why Ted Lasso gets special accommodation.
Yeah. Has Claire seen it?
Yes. Oh, she loves it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we watched it together. We love the series.
So we have the teaser available on PrestonandSteve.com, by the way. So I'm very excited for that. And thank you again, Casey, for initially making me watch that show. And I've watched it like the whole thing 3 times through at least. All right, so we're ready for clips, I believe. Mystery clips?
I don't even know what they are yet.
All right, mystery clips. So we'll play a clip. If you know what it is, raise your hand. You get to guess at who. Do we have one ready?
Nope, not over yet.
Are you trying not to look at it so you can play
I'm
too?
trying not to look over at either. Okay.
Marissa, give me a thumbs up when it. Wait, she's not in there.
She is.
Oh, there she is. All right, thumbs up.
No. All right, there's one.
All right, here we go. First clip, Mr. Clip. Here we go.
I'm a big fan of horror films. I'm a big fan of Winnie the Pooh. So when they sent me the script and they asked me to audition for Alice, I was like, yes, please and thank you. Where do I sign up? Like, this is amazing. I love the script. I think it's great.
Wow. Well, she's talking about Winnie the Pooh.
Alice in Wonderland.
I have no idea who it is.
Neither do I.
Amber Doig Thorne.
Doig?
Doig.
Amber Doig Thorne.
Doig.
Doig. Doig Thorne. Okay.
And Marissa's got her finger up. She wants to say something.
All right, hold on. Let me go ahead, Marissa.
Everyone's favorite Honey Bear Pooh takes a killer turn in the film Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. It's in theaters today.
I've heard of this. Yeah, it's supposed to be pretty good.
Hang on. I want to see. This gal looks somewhat familiar. Amber Doig Thorne. I want to see. And she plays Alice, apparently, in this. And it's a horror film. And no, I don't recognize her from anything else. All right, so here we go. Next mystery clip. Let's see what we get. Drum roll, please.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, man.
Mystery clip.
Along
Come on, man.
All right, here we go.
Some people may manipulate to try and get a part in a film or whatever, But the craft of acting, I don't think is anything to do.
Jesus Christ.
Wow, Nick.
That's Liam Neeson. That actor has full-blown AIDS. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Some people
Listen to that.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Some people may manipulate to try and get a part in a film or whatever.
Yeah, totally.
But the craft of acting, I don't think is anything to do.
Let's think.
have a specific set of skills.
Wow. What is he promoting? Hang on, Marissa. What's that?
Winnie the Pooh.
That is Liam Neeson throwing shade at other actors for stealing roles in the industry. But he is talking about his new movie, Marlowe, which opens today.
He's playing the private detective, and I don't think he's quite the right choice for that.
For the detective?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he's great, but I think he's one notch off what you need to be that sort of gumshoe, that private dick, as they say.
Is the character a well-known?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Marlowe.
So, and it's, that classic kind of,
Philip Marlowe, it says here. Interesting. All right. That is the entertainment report for today. We are going to take a break. When we return, we have several things that are taking place today. By the way, we're going to go live on Fox Good Day. Our buddy Mark Summers is going to be joining us in the 8 o'clock hour. We also have a secret text word today, chance for you to win tickets to see Ghost. That show is coming up Friday, August 25th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. The tickets don't go on sale till this Friday. So text word secret to 39333. You might win before the program is up. We'll break and come back in a moment, so hang out with us. 65 degrees today.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
And believe it or not, it's from Cosmos, from Cosmopolitan Magazine.
That's all we read.
The most popular horror movie the year you were born.
Ooh, okay.
And this was kind of a bitch slap to you emotionally, wasn't it, Preston?
It starts 2 years after I was born.
Oh, man.
Yeah, there's a fire drill.
We have a flashing strobe in the studio, that's why. 1991 was Silence of the Lambs.
Yes.
I don't consider it a horror movie, but many do. So it was more suspense and...
Thriller.
And thriller, yeah, exactly.
Thriller. Scary. Pleasure to meet you, Dr. Lecter. I'll be working closely with you.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Let me out. Let me out.
What's your problem?
Let me out of here.
They finally found the thing that broke Lecter.
Just found your great cellmate.
Yeah.
Dr. Lecter.
Holy Jesus.
We're going to become fast friends.
Oh, my God. What are you?
He's pounding on the glass.
Let me out! He's trying to get to that opening where they put the food.
Why? What's wrong? I'm gonna let my gloves dry out here on the end of the bed.
You didn't want to play quid pro quo with him?
Nothing. Nah.
Yeah.
I got a better game, Twister.
Oh my God! Well, 1991, it was the #1 horror film.
Let's play Pictionary.
1993. All right, here you go again. 1993. But I guess it would all depend on what was out that year. Go ahead. You want to guess?
You're not going to say Jurassic Park, are you?
No.
Okay.
No. But it was Fire in the Sky.
Wait, what was 92?
Did I skip 92?
I think so.
Turner and Hooch.
It's not on here. The Mystery Year, 1992.
What? They just skipped it?
Yeah, that's interesting.
It was a movie called Hannibal and Michael.
Oh,
let me out!
What is that music? Oh no! Oh, you lead a deranged life.
Well,
I once
Candyman.
ate a census taker's liver with some fava beans and Chianti.
I once had a Boy Scout Jamboree party at my house the entire weekend.
Holy Christ!
And it tasted good.
Oh my God!
I sauteed them with Jesus juice. I change diapers on my monkey every day.
Holy Christ!
And I pitch some bottles and leave them around the house. And my nose comes off. Get me out of here!
I mean,
I'm 40 years old and I have parties for 9-year-old boys. Holy Jesus!
Why? Let me out!
Oh my God!
You can have such fun.
Can you do that list again? Because seriously, when you list it like that, oh my God.
Hey, Blammers, I pitch a diaper on my monkey every day. I pitch some bottles. I have an entire staircase as a tribute to Home Alone. I bounce Emmanuel Lewis up and down on my lap all throughout every award show.
Oh.
I drink Jesus juice. My nose comes off. I used to be black. And I made my kids wear Mardi Gras masks. And have a train, but a real one.
Lecter admits everything. He just,
I will tell you right now how you can get in touch with Buffalo Bill. I have address.
I have his whole
Exact
address.
longitude and latitude.
Oh God! Oh man!
Get me out.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Lecter. Oh my God!
We're gonna be good friends.
Korn has launched its new coffee brand called Korn Coffee.
Corn Coffee.
Yes.
It's a great name.
Korn Coffee.
If you like the driven rock of corn, you'll love their coffee.
Korn personally curated the creation of Korn Coffee.
Yeah, that's good.
Let's see how many K sounds I can put in there. Korn personally curated the creation of Korn Coffee, a process that saw the band members tasting multiple variations for ultimately selecting the perfect roast and blend.
Yeah, that one.
Each bag of Korn Coffee will feature a special message from the band, which reads, after almost 25 years of touring, making records, and playing in front of all of our amazing fans,
we still drink coffee.
One thing has remained a constant in our daily routine.
Lattes!
I was not expecting that.
I know.
Lattes! No, it says coffee. The ritual, the brew, the aroma, and most importantly, that very first cup every morning that sets the tone is something that we look forward to every day.
Well, this is interesting. We're actually watching footage of them sampling the various brews.
Yeah. It says, because of our passion, we've gotten together with a roaster and handcrafted our very own blend, coffee. It's called Korn Coffee.
Next up, Korn Licorice.
Korn recently began recording its new album in Nashville, Tennessee, by the way, but now they have Korn Coffee.
That's part of waking up is corn coffee in your cup.
That's right. Yeah, cup. This is...
cup.
This,
Always at the ready.
Yeah, a couple.
we need to have Nick coffee or something like that.
Yeah.
Have a cup. Have a cup.
This is our new
Yeah, a
blend.
cup.
It's called Nanapuya.
From the hills of Nanapia.
Yeah. Brought down by mules every day at 2 o'clock after the afternoon rain. The beans are enriched with monkey urine.
If only we had a coffee sponsor to do this for us.
I know.
Yeah.
Right?
yeah.
Well, that's good.
Have a cup.
Yeah, a cup.
God. Or no, the question would be, would you like some?
Yeah, a cup.
Yeah. No, not a yeah. Yeah, cup.
Come on. Yeah, a cup. That'd be ridiculous.
Do you want a thermos or a cup?
Yeah, a cup.
Okay.
Not a yeah.
Oh, one not a for table 7.
Okay.
What is that one?
That's you. That's Mini Wookie. That's Nick. So you asked, have you decided what you like, sir?
Not a yeah.
None of booyah.
Not a yeah. I don't remember Mini Wookie.
All right. Anyhow, Korn has coffee.
Corn coffee.
It's almost an embarrassment that we live in this city and that we don't. You know,
But
I think you're right though, Preston. Stop and check it out at least to
just
some
see
degree.
Why groups of people decided that it would be a good idea to memorialize this person in that form.
Also, don't hesitate now and then to throw a rope around on it and attach to your boat hitch.
That why is intriguing to me as well. Like, what the hell is the point of dragging a statue into the river?
But you know, when I heard the news report it this morning, they reported it as if like, here we go again. Now there was only one other incident, but.
There's a lot of statues being pulled down for various reasons, where they had down south with the Confederate statues and things of that nature. And if they believe, well, you know, there's it's kind of the thing. But this thing seemed like, what's that about?
Why?
Yeah. Hey, what did Rizzo do that was so great that he gets a statue?
He was just a really popular mayor. I mean, like he was larger than life in a bunch of different ways in stature.
Yeah.
And so because of his tactics, he was well known. He left his mark, good and bad, and deserved a statue as a result.
Yeah.
You're a real crumb bum.
And he gave us
that. If that, honestly, I would give him a statue just for that.
crumb bum.
I'll take you out back, bunches.
Yeah.
My arms tied behind my back.
Yeah.
I'll pound you into the pavement, I will.
That whole audio, you look like a lush to me. He's telling the reporter.
Yeah. Would you care to talk to CBS? You look like a lush. I'll pound you into the pavement.
You want to relive that?
Yes, I do.
All right, Casey's finding the audio of Frank Rizzo when he was confronted. He wasn't happy about it. He was out walking his dog, and
maybe the Viking was the Nordic Frank Rizzo.
They were confronting him about.
You look like a lush to me. What's your story? I hit you with my shield. I'll take you out back and hit you with my shield.
Yeah. What are you?
You're a crumb bum.
You can't find it, Case?
I don't know. Here, let's
Here
try
you go,
this one.
crumb bum. Go,
Crumb bum, see Frank Rizzo.
it says Rizzo.
See crumb bum.
This says call Stan Bowman. Here we go.
Yeah, that's it.
There is a Stan Borman from Channel 3 News. Could we...
How are you?
Fine, sir. How are you?
Good.
Could we talk with you for just a moment?
No, I'm busy.
You couldn't answer any of our
I
questions?
wouldn't talk to you under any condition.
Why is that, sir?
Forget it. Scram. Get out of here.
Sir, I...
Hit the road.
Ram.
You lush ya.
Why?
Stan, please.
Get away from me. I'm now a private citizen.
Yes,
you
sir.
get away from me.
We're allowed to be on the streets, sir.
I don't want to talk to you. Get away from me.
How do you feel about the security guards
Get
being
away
taken off
from
of you?
Get away from me, or I'm going to throw you out in the middle of the street.
Gonna throw you right out there.
Sir, one more question.
I'm telling you, get away from me.
You were the symbol of law and order in Philadelphia, sir, for many years. People looked
Get
up to
away
you and
from
respected
me.
you.
Look, creep, get out of here.
How could you justify your actions at our cameras last Monday in front of your
Get
house?
out. You're a creep.
We're a member of the media. We'd like to have an answer to our
You're
question.
a creep.
Why did you attack our cameras, sir?
Get it all. Don't miss any of it. You're a creep. Get away from me.
Would you answer the question?
Dude, he had great pipes.
He really
Listen
did.
to his voice. Get away from me. He could do movie trailers.
This weekend at the Community Cinema Pucks.
You're a creep. Get away from me.
Would you answer the question?
You know, you hide behind that press card.
I'm not hiding behind anything, sir. I just wanted to get some answers.
I'll tell you what to do. There's a gang of yous here. There's enough of you here. By myself, I'll take yous physically.
Well, I'm not asking you to take me physically.
Well, get away from me.
Well, sir, I'm on the public street. I should be authorized to be here.
I'll break it off.
I'll break it off.
I'll break it
Physically and mentally.
Yeah.
I'll get inside your brain.
This is after he was mayor. Yeah. You know, you think he'd be happy in retirement.
Nah, he didn't care.
Big dude, though.
Yeah.
You see him next to the reporter. He's a big dude.
Yep.
Hey, get away from me.
I think the statue. Yeah, the statue is 1-to-1 scale.
Yeah.
I'll break it over your head.
I'll break it over your head. Hang on. Let's go back.
I'll break it over your head. Get away from me, you crumb. That's a challenge. Except I'll put my dog away and I'll come back. And you got 1, 2, 3, and I'll do
1,
it
2,
along
3.
with.
Follow me.
Yeah.
Let me just put Fifi back in the house. Come on, Fifi, heel.
It is kind of a little dog, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
3.
No?
No.
I can't see the dog. Oh,
No,
no,
it's a
I was
big
wrong.
dog.
I was
Yeah.
incorrect. I thought he had a little poodle with him.
Daddy loves you.
Yeah.
Daddy
me
loves
kisses.
you. Give me love monster kisses.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna come back and kill yous all. Beat you to death with a tire iron and then dance in your blood. Who wants you to do? Who wants you to do? Gonna put you in the house now. All right, don't be scared. Daddy has to go kill the bad men. I'm coming to kill you now. Calm down. Did you lose your chew toy? Did you lose your chew toy? It's under the sofa. Yeah. Wait right here. Daddy needs to go kill the reporters. Yes, I know.
Talking.
Yeah. Get up in the living room window. You want to see Daddy kill the bad men?
Yeah, that's right. Sets him up where he's got a nice view of the street.
I'm doing this for you.
Yeah.
2, 3, and I'll do it along with you. In that back of that fence, just the 3 of us, 4 of us, me and you.
4 or 5. I tell you what, call some of the family members. Bring them out here too.
Show you what kind of a man you are. You're less than a man.
You're a less man.
Okay, you're a crumb creep.
A crumb creep.
You're a moon creep pie creep crumb. You're creep brulee. That's what you are.
Creep brulee.
Yeah. As if someone's taken one of them little torches and fried the top of your head into like a caramelized sugary thing. You are creep brulee. You know what you like? You like one of them fancy desserts with the thin shell on top, but underneath you just pudding. Just pansy pudding, cream crumb, pansy crumb.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, he's arrived. Hi, Kyle.
Oh, good.
I see you found your glasses, right? Yeah.
You
Okay.
had to kill a cat for those glasses.
Well, that's where the cat's eggs were.
Yeah.
Kathy put it on. He's like, he could have just said, I'm just running late. You know, he could have left it, not that the cat
Happened to every single one of us.
stole the glasses. Yeah.
I will say my cats take odd items. They've never taken my glasses, but sometimes I'm like, what is that doing on the floor? And it's like something odd that they're playing with.
Does your male cat ever put the moves on
So
feminine clothes that you've worn?
It's the female.
Oh, really?
It's the female, and it's not the clothes. She will follow me, or she knows, and she will follow me around the house and like whine and cry. It's weird.
Sisters.
So not just cats, but our dogs. Rook, the male dog, eats underwear. And
yours?
No, Rochelle's.
Wow.
And the other day, he ate the crotch out of her jeans.
Man, that's your job.
Right?
That's insane.
He's moving in, but he always goes after that. He always goes after her underwear and her
I know.
crotch.
Does he ever fist bump you?
Right?
Bros, right, man?
Yeah.
I know why you go there, man. I dig it too.
Did she use that as an excuse as to why she was late for her appointment?
No.
Wait,
I can't come in right now. My dog ate the crotch out of my jeans.
is it when it's that time of the month?
I don't think it's exclusively that.
No, because I mean, my cat, like, she gets this like whiny cry, and I'm like, it's like it's that
Pheromones
time.
are really. I believe that's part of it. There's something in the
crazy.
pheromones or whatever that activates that in some animals.
Yeah, it's really strange.
It's weird.
Yeah, but
Disgusting animals.
I know. They're
Just because they like to eat used feminine hygiene products and
Yeah. Well, listen, that happened. That used to happen too. Like any tampons that happened, we ended up having to get a trash can that had a closing lid on top of
Preston,
it.
same
thing.
And she can get into the trash can, so I have to put the tissue box on top of the trash can that has a lid.
Kathy has a
really?
picture of her suspended from the ceiling on a wire with an earpiece.
Yeah.
A la Mission Impossible.
It's wild, and I guess it's
I am just above the receptacle. I can smell the feminine hygiene products. I'm going to go in.
All right, hang on a second here. Somebody wants to concur, Kyle, and his excuse real quick. I'm going to go to Mike on the phone. Say, Mike, good morning.
Morning. How you guys doing?
Great. What's up, Mike?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Wonderful. What's going on? What do you want to talk about, buddy?
By Kyle and his cat stealing his glasses. Same
Yeah.
thing happened to me a while back.
Wow. So you what'd you do? Like leave your glasses on the nightstand, and when you woke up, they were someplace else?
Yeah, I searched the whole apartment. We were living in an apartment at the time, and I searched the whole apartment for him, and I didn't know what to do. And here, on a whim, I just searched the bathroom, and here on the siding of the tub between the shower curtain and the shower curtain liner, they were sitting right there.
So your cat was building her nest there.
The glasses
nest.
So the cat
And then
actually,
they actually bind them together with eye drops.
the cat actually picked them up with his or her mouth, carried them out of the room that you were in.
Well, the cat we had at the time had a history of stealing stuff like that.
Okay,
and
all right.
finding, leaving it in weird places in the apartment. And I don't know. I happened to search that part of the house, and that's where I found him.
No, my cats can be and are notorious thieves now and then, and will grab things and walk them around. That's what they do.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I don't see cats as like
Thanks, Mike.
the transferring of things like that unless it's like a dead animal.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah?
no,
They'll play. They'll move stuff around. Yeah.
Okay.
I was telling Steve this is a little more would attract a cat, but like if I have a winter hat with like one of the like poofy balls on the top, I'll find the hat like upstairs, and it was downstairs by the
That's
by the
funny.
door ready to leave. He carries it around. She
My
carries
cat,
it around.
Oscar built a nest out of my old butt plugs.
Oh my God.
Right? Yeah.
But those are like fuzzy weird things that their claws can go into,
Right.
not hard glasses. Like I see them like knocking things off of tables and,
Yes,
and,
that's
and
hilarious.
nightstands. It is.
I love it.
I just because I'm trying to figure out what's going on in their head because they're just looking at it and they're like
Glasses, well, yeah, I know. Glasses don't seem to have the texture they would be attracted to, but yeah, go figure.
Listen, and they all have different personalities.
That's it.
They
Every one of
they
them.
have similar traits, but some are a little weirder than others, and some have a glasses
I like
fetish.
country music.
Yeah.
You like rock and roll.
Yeah, that's the way it is. All right, anyhow, just wanted to point that out. To be honest, I have a few stories I'd like to get out of the way in this particular segment, so I think we need to open up the store, dust off the shelves, and shop around a little bit today for some odds and ends.
Visit the odds and ends store with Preston Elliott. They just opened their new glasses hut.
All right, so I saw this the other day, and I've actually seen this article pop up a few times. I thought this was quite interesting. It has to do with headlights on cars being too bright.
I just had an experience this morning where there was a car behind me that had those older blue.
Yeah.
For a while, they were all the rage. Super bright.
Steve, me too. And it was when I was leaving my neighborhood, and this guy was coming in the opposite direction, but it was alarming.
Yes.
How bright. And he didn't
Way
have his
too bright.
And he didn't have his brights on.
Neither did this car.
That's
I mean,
weird.
I'm like, I guess maybe they stopped putting those in vehicles because of that. Because I was seeing them for a while, and then it seems to have diminished.
No, things are getting worse.
Are they?
Yeah, and I'll explain why. There's a couple of reasons here, and I think my car might have the regular lights that are a little too high. I get people will flash me from time to time,
Even when you're not brights aren't on.
not their boobs, but yeah. And so I got to hit them back with the sun guns and go, sorry, man, I don't have my brights on. And it happens. But according to a few experts, John Bullock is his name, has been sounding the alarm on the topic for years. Bullock works closely with headlights and vehicle manufacturers to try to address the issue and said that there are three primary factors that have shifted in the past few decades that caused headlights to appear brighter and cause more glare. First off, he says, vehicles, especially in the United States, are getting taller and taller.
That's true.
Add to that, the color of many headlights has shifted from a warmer yellow hue to a harsher blue-white one. And finally, and this is, I think, one of the things that people don't consider, most cars have at least one headlight that is misaligned.
Oh, really?
And apparently this isn't a new problem, but other shifts have made it into a serious issue. The most important factor, Bullock says, is how common it is for cars to have headlights out of alignment. He said, we actually did some measurements not too long ago and found that probably about 2/3 of every car had at least one headlight that was either aimed too high up, which is something that creates a lot of glare for other drivers, or too far down, which essentially limits their visibility. A key issue is that as cars are produced, there isn't a specific entity tasked with ensuring alignment.
I thought that was. I thought that used to be part of the inspection, but I guess it's not.
So federal regulations over car headlights are equipment-based standards only, meaning that the headlight is certified independently of the vehicle itself. After installation, there is no testing to make sure that it's still aimed properly or that it's putting out enough light on the road and it's not glaring on the driver. So there's no standard.
Yeah.
Am I nuts? Or do you remember there was a time when that would be part of the inspection? Or am I
don't
just
remember
making
that.
up?
I just assumed that there was.
Yeah.
I never, I don't remember that.
Nick, your Outback is, I think, a little bit newer than mine, and it's a higher model. Like you have the Touring. So I had a courtesy car from Rafferty not too long ago, and it was an Outback, and it was newer. And when I started the car, you can especially see it at night, the headlights would do this like woo thing.
It's a little weird when you first see it.
Yeah.
But
they would like cross, like almost like you're at a movie premiere. You know?
Yeah, it's a good way to describe it. And when you are looking out your windshield, you see the lights scanning basically what's in front of you.
Right. I had I used to have an Infinity, and that one, when you would make the turns, the lights would move.
Mine do. Yeah.
They go left and right like that.
Yeah.
And the first time I drove it at night, I'm like, am I seeing things? Is that weird?
For me, the greatest thing is when you put the high beams on and any light coming in the other way, they drop to their lower settings.
I love that.
And you can just leave that on instead of constantly driving that way. But yes, Preston, the first time you see the lights lean into your turn.
Yeah.
I have to ask about the crossing thing. If they're crossed, if you punch the grill, will they stay locked that way?
Yeah, forever.
You got to punch the car in the back. The trunk. The trunk. Have police car lights gotten brighter over the years too? Because it seems to me that they are ridiculously bright.
Their
at
headlights?
points.
Well, maybe
no. The alarm lights. Yeah,
maybe
the
Nick,
strobes.
a lot of the
Yes.
we're no longer using. A lot of the police cars are no longer sedans and are like
SUVs and stuff. Yeah.
But
And
now
they're
they're
higher.
Yeah, they're LED. So when I'm driving past one, I can't I have to look away because it blinds
blinding.
me. Yeah. And then you get that weird like shadowy thing that
it's jarring, and if a cop shows up behind you and the lights go on, like I mean, I understand its intent; it's there to grab your attention, but they've gotten so bright that it's difficult to even look at if you're just passing by.
Yep. Another contributing factor, as I mentioned earlier, is the size and height of the average car is increasing. And as cars get taller, the placement of the headlights rises alongside it, and this in turn can lead to the increase in drivers getting blinded. 52.7% of vehicles sold in 2010 were either SUVs or trucks, and by 2021, that number was up to 78.5% of the vehicles sold. So in 2021 were SUVs or trucks, and they're a little bit taller, and therefore they're going to have a higher.
That's pretty wild.
beam.
The great innovation years ago was the rear view mirror that could that stops that glare from hitting you in the face.
Yeah.
You know, it used to be so annoying.
Yeah. Am I misremembering how big old cars used to be? Or did they shrink in the 90s or something like that?
Oh, they shrunk in the 80s big time. Because you hit the 70s gas crunch happened.
Yeah, which I remember.
And then cars in the early 80s shrank way down, and they slowly started making their way back up. And
What's
then
it going to take to put you in this?
in the 90s and 2000s, then you got up to Hummers and stuff. Things started getting gigantic again. But they make them, I think, taller, not as long as they used to be. I mean, you look at some of the old Cadillacs and Thunderbirds and stuff. They were, Caprice
Huge.
Classics.
Yeah.
They're
That's
huge.
so the house that I grew up in, so when my neighborhood was built, cars didn't exist. You know, the neighborhood was built in the 1800s. So all of the houses had detached garages. And so these detached garages were made for cars that were built in, I guess, the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. When they were all huge.
Right.
But the bays for these garages barely fit,
the vehicle.
my mom's Chevy Celebrity.
No kidding.
You know what I mean? I was like, that's a terrible design. And the bays in my house now are I don't know why they're not bigger. You know
So
what I mean?
American cars are bigger than vehicles from many other countries for several reasons, including larger streets, lower gas prices. We do, believe it or not, have some of the lowest gas prices in the world. And the desire for more room as well. Higher vehicles mean that the band of light is raised up by a foot or more, so that makes it seem
No, it absolutely
in your
makes
eyes,
sense.
you
Yeah,
know?
I mean, it's at your eye level.
I think $3.15 was the cheapest gas I saw across the country last week.
As cars have modernized, many manufacturers have moved away from the standard halogen bulb as well, which produces a yellowish light, in lieu of LEDs, which usually produce the bluer white light.
God, I hate those lights.
There's a fundamental issue. Almost all of them are LEDs now.
No, the blue, I'm talking about the really, like the
Well,
one,
this means more of a white light than, if you go back a ways, they were really yellow.
Right.
And now they're like white.
The car behind me today had discernibly blue hue to it.
So this is they're saying that the standard now, though, is a blue or white light as opposed to a yellowish light. He said there is a fundamental issue with how light is measured. There's a bias against certain blue hues in the spectrum. A warm yellowish hue of light is gentler to the human eye. So this is more harsh to how we
Reminds
see
you
it.
home. That's why sometimes I'll swap out my lights for candle holders.
This is where, to many, the problem lies. The shine of an LED light, due to its added blue, appears to be brighter than a warmer yellow halogen headlamp, despite generating the same amount of candle power, a unit used to measure light. And in this article, it says that there's a solution, but it's years away. In February 2022, after being required by Congress's bipartisan infrastructure law, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration issued a rule officially allowing automakers to install adaptive driving beam headlights onto new vehicles. They automatically adjust the high beams emitted from LED car headlights in real time to avoid blinding pedestrians and other drivers. So those
There you go.
When you set it on auto, that's what it does. So the tech has been legal in most countries outside of the U.S., and experts say that they could make a noticeable difference once rolled out, but don't expect it anytime soon. On American roads, due to the complexity of the NHTSA's regulations around adaptive driving beams, which differ tremendously from Europe. So there isn't any legislation or regulations in place that'll force manufacturers to implement adaptive driving beams into their vehicle lines by a certain date. So we don't know when all that's going to happen.
So for me, the best thing to do a lot of times when I'm driving, I will just close my eyes, and that's a good way to avoid that stark light.
We recommend you do that.
Yeah.
Hang on. Rob has a comment. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, what's up, buddy?
Hey, so I'm an engineer. I used to work for an automotive company, and all of our vehicles, before they left the plant, we had at least an internal spec that the headlights had to meet a certain spec for aiming, so they couldn't be higher than higher or lower than a certain window. You know,
Okay.
If you pull up next to a brick wall or something, you'll see that, most vehicles have that nice sharp cutoff now, at least on the low beams. And if you pull up, you'll see that they kind of are uneven as well, right? And the left headlight, which would be most aimed towards the center of the road, is actually a little bit lower than your right headlight. So it's specifically done to avoid blinding drivers coming the other way.
They call it the Steve Buscemi setting.
One is just, it's a little cockeyed.
Yeah, that's
This
right.
is, high beam, low beam, Steve Buscemi.
Yeah, the other issue you've got now is all the dashboards are digital, so you've got so many bright lights in there. There's not a good glaring indicator in your face now that your brights are on. Back when you used to have incandescent backlighting, you had that bright blue LED, or not LED, but bright blue light that was your high beams, and it kind of stuck out.
You're
Now
exactly
there's
right, Rob.
bright lights in
You
your
know,
dash.
and you'd also know like your blinkers were on because there was not a ton of light source coming off your your dash. You're exactly right.
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it.
Yep. Yeah, have a good one.
In Rochelle's vehicle, you have obviously the big information center in the middle of most cars now, and she keeps hers on like ultra bright, and I'm like, I can't see the road.
I don't like a glowing light source.
I can't
so
stand
mine
that.
automatically defaults to an external low light will bring down the dash lights.
Yeah.
I find it distracting.
I don't want to be.
Totally.
I feel like I'm a stripper on the center stage as I'm driving along, and because I'm naked.
Well, that can feel pretty good. Hang on, I have Don, who's an Uber driver. Hey, Don. Good morning.
Gadzooks, Philadelphia, and the fellow listeners and guys and gals on the morning show.
Thank you. Is a fully comprehensive welcome. How you doing, Don?
I'm good. So I spend most of my driving time at night, and a number of factors that you guys covered are all part of the equation. I could be wrong. Maybe Nick can look this up, or somebody can call in who knows for sure. But I believe there's a standardization for the height of bumpers on vehicles because they have across the board. If they had a similar standardization for headlights, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
That being said, Nick's point, yes, cop LEDs, their lights are extremely bright, but also too is if you're on the highway and there's one facing the other way and they pulled somebody over, their high beams are flashing and that's blinding.
Yeah.
But in addition to not just the color, but the intensity. Jeep Wranglers are particular because their headlight they'll have the two headlights and then they'll have their fog lights on, and they're really compact. But also another thing too is I've seen a lot of people with light bars.
Yes.
Not headlights, but light bars that are extremely bright. I'm guessing they're illegal. But
No, they would have to be. You're talking about long headlights that are not your usual more compact rounded lights. Is that what you're talking about?
They're an addition. They're an addition to the headlights.
Headlights.
Yeah.
They're not even. They're just a bar of LEDs. It just.
Yeah, that's for like backcountry stuff. That's for you're not supposed to use that driving down the highway.
Yeah.
But also to speak to the automatic high beams that flip on and off, they're great. Except sometimes the reflective signs will trigger them as well.
Yep.
So that could actually work against you, but. It's great to see you at night, and I've driven a few cars with really bright headlights, but also, like Preston mentioned earlier, halogen bulbs. I've had people flash me that my highlights are are on, but they're not. So there's a multitude of factors, and hopefully the government or state, local, or they'll
or wizards
standardize that
and come up with some standards. It'd be great.
Yeah.
All right, Don, appreciate the call, bud. Thank you, man. All right. So anyhow, those were a couple of the factors behind this, the high beams, and I didn't know about the misalignment. That a lot of times they are misaligned,
right?
And that can be an issue.
Make sure you're not on the Steve Buscemi setting.
Casey, do we have time for one more?
It's got to be a small one. Maybe
Wow,
we can
man.
go
You
to
know
the cheap section or something.
We spent a whole bunch of time in the one part of the store.
I apologize. Okay, I thought this was pretty cool. If we have to do a short one,
all right.
There is a medication. It is called lamotrigine, I think is how you pronounce this. LAMO.
It's not for Rizzy Shinizzi?
TRIGINE. It's the Foshizzle. It is not that. Do we have that?
Risen Kizamab Rizza.
Rizm Kizamaz Rizab. No, it's called lamotrigine or gyne or gine. I'm not sure. Anyhow.
Isn't that the frat Revenge of the Nerds?
It is.
Lambda.
It's a $3 pill used to treat epilepsy.
Yes.
It's been around since 1994. You're familiar with this?
Oh, listen, you tell the story and it's very encouraging.
It is showing a promising potential to treat autism. Which is pretty wild. They've been doing studies on mice as of now, but scientists at Germany's Hector Institute from Translational Brain Research found that the drug, commercialized as Lamictal or
Risen Kizamab Rizza.
cured behavioral and social issues linked to autism.
Wait, how are they testing that on mice?
So there, believe it or not, a variation of autism will manifest in mice. So mice are often used because there's a similarity, but these things, they come up, Preston. You're like, oh my God, please.
Yeah,
and it's like, I know you have to take years before you get it, and they haven't even really had success porting it over to a human trial testing now. So, but it is promising.
It is, and unfortunately, that's just the way it works. It takes a long time for these things to make sure that it's safe.
Yes,
that it does what it's supposed to do, and that it's safe. And but if they were to be able to find something that could at least help people out, who have autism, that'd be wonderful.
Yeah,
that'd be absolutely wonderful.
Yes.
But it's called Lama.
From the makers of
Lambda, or the makers of
Risen Kizamab Rizza.
Lamotrigine, I think is how you say
Okay.
that. But it's commercially sold as a Lamictal.
Wherever mice are sold.
Wherever mice are sold, you can get this. No, it's already being used for epilepsy.
Yes.
Which, by the way, the young lady who was going to CHOP this morning was going there has epilepsy. So maybe she takes that. I'm not really sure. But I thought that was kind of a little, a nice piece of encouragement to pass along, and we'll see if something ends up happening. Sorry, we have to close the pharmacy in the
Because
store.
we're going on the TV in just a bit.
Yeah, we're going to go live on Fox Good Day, so that's why we got to keep this kind of short, so I apologize for that. But our buddy Mark Summers is coming up in a little while, too. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Some bizarre file stories are on the way next, so hang out with us. We'd love to have you along for the ride.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
For 2 years, it disappeared.
I'm not talking to you. And now, Stan Bowman hasn't said anything for like 5 minutes.
He actually fell asleep. What are you, Stan? Are you asleep?
Wake up.
I'm sorry, I had a long night. Where did your dog go? I put him inside, didn't you see? There he is, and they're looking in the window there.
Just me.
There is a
You're
woman out here.
a crumb creep coward. You can't take. You won't stand up to him.
I'm standing up. We're not here to fight. We're here to get some answers to some questions. That's all.
I want to fight you.
Why is that?
Because you're a crumb creep lush coward.
You don't.
Crumb creep.
He keeps adding on.
Lush coward.
It started with one, then two,
And
now
you're a Methodist.
now he's up to
What?
he's up to 4.
I don't know. I'm running out of desserts and various disgusting things.
Are you keeping a list? Do you know, like, okay, you're a crumb, you're a creep.
Wait a second here.
You're yellow.
I keep a list for things like this. You are a jackass, crumb, creme, creep, cram, crumb. Oh, that's the wrong list. That's the potential dog names.
Thinking about getting another one, huh?
It was in
Wait,
Chestnut Hill.
wait, hold on a second. Honey, where's my reported bad name list?
It's in the closet.
No, I looked in there. I was looking for the dog's chew toy. I'll get back to you. What's your number? Give me a number.
By the way, Marissa.
I remembered it.
By the way,
He gets a call late at night.
No, he calls him back later on.
Gotta call this guy up. Yeah. You're a yellow crumb snake.
Have a lovely
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Have a lovely evening.
For that creep.
Oh, you creme crumb creep cram. You're an apple crumb creep cake. A moron. Yeah, that wasn't that good.
Scratch that one off.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's.
I think when I try to do French desserts, it doesn't work out. I'll stick with the German stuff.
Oh my God.
I'm glad we revisited that.
Oh my God, I'm getting tears on my glasses here. Do you remember the squirtable butter used to come in a thing?
Yeah, butter spray.
Is that what?
I
no,
can't
not
believe it's
spray,
not
not
butter.
spray.
There's an actual like liquid, almost
Really?
like
liquidy
the way you
butter.
dispense mustard.
It was more back
that.
in the 80s probably, and if you had a waffle, you could go blink, 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 blink in each little.
Okay.
I had a waffle.
Each little
I'd eat it
crevice.
in the morning. Yeah, there we go.
Do you
Parkway.
need butter in every little square?
You do.
If you're
you're a man.
If you're a man. No.
Okay.
No, I obsess about little things like that.
Okay.
It's just like weird.
So your answer is yes, you do.
Yeah, I have a butter memory with Preston that is probably 19 years old. Do you know what it is?
memories.
Butter memory.
Preston, do you remember the butter memory?
That's probably 19 years old.
19 years old.
Butter memories.
You would have to butter memories. You would have to give me a hint.
Me, you, Steve, and Marilyn.
Wow.
that wraps it up.
Butterfest,
Did a show
1998.
for 3 years together.
Media Court Diner.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
You know the butter memory?
Yeah.
Oh, well, do tell.
So we're sitting there, and it's after we had done a show, and we're having lunch, and there was
We're all just getting to know each other, by the way.
yeah, we're all getting to know each other, and so they had a little ramekin full of butter, which is a small dish. And so I guess it was a ball of butter or something like that. And we're just talking, and I just reach out and grab it and just squish it with my hand, just to be outrageous.
Provocative.
I'm like, ooh, butter.
Yeah.
And I did that, and he died laughing.
I was
So.
like, what? I wish I would have done that.
On the first sight.
That looked fun.
Butter memories.
But if I owned a diner and
I dine in the morning.
and I was serving waffles, there would be a special little spray
that I would put melted butter in so that you could go.
You would keep it like you could even have it as you could have the way you have a mug warmer where your butter could be on it and with the pump so that you could dispense that
Now
way.
it would need to be more like misty,
like a fire hose.
No, like
a spray bottle.
like a spray bottle, like you would spray your indoor plants.
Like a spritz.
I disagree. I think that the butter, like the spray butter, you're lessening the quality of the butter product. And if you're going to have like actual butter, you're going to need to have like a vat of melted butter. This is your diner, so I'm not trying to tell you how to run your business.
You open your own diner next door.
I'll do your own goddamn
normal, boring pats of butter.
I kind of want to work with you, like almost like as if I was your therapist, and to make you okay with not having butter in every square. Like it's all right.
No, I know.
It's still going to taste good. You're going to get enough butter.
Believe me, I've
Touchstone Pictures. He had to have butter in every square until a concerned therapist came into his life. My name is Romano. I think I can help you.
Then we need some good music like
yes,
Peter
inspiring.
Gabriel,
Salisbury Hill.
Salisbury Hill. Yeah. See if you can pull that. So the serious part when he realizes he has a problem.
Oh no, I can't even get it together anymore. Every time I go into the diner, I start trembling like crazy. I think I know someone you can talk to. And then she came into his life. My name's Romano, and today's the day we start making changes. From Touchstone Pictures, the story of a boy who learned now how to not have butter in every square of his waffle. Butter squareless waffle boy.
Butter squareless waffle boy.
Or something to that effect.
It's butter therapist.
I feel like I already went through this with Jace. Like at breakfast time. It's okay, honey.
Unbutterable.
Is that the name of the movie?
Yeah.
I'm doing it.
I just recently had some butt issues the other day, man.
Packing a flounder, didn't you?
Packing a flounder.
I told Casey about it. I had to make what my friend calls a butt tampon out of toilet paper.
Oh, yes. We've all been there. We've all been there.
No,
Really?
well,
No, we haven't.
No, we haven't.
No, we have not all been there.
Not Kathy. Come to say you call it swamp ass.
Yeah.
You call it a visit from your friend.
Oh, and she and Kathy always insists that it's because
Just take
of
a shower.
my hygiene. That's not
You
it.
are dirt. Your ass is dirty.
It's from cleaning too much.
He's right.
You rub it raw.
He's right. You
That's what
rub it raw.
happened.
Yes.
No, just get in the shower. That
do this-
clean,
I do
not
it.
wipe with toilet paper.
No. Kathy did, and it's painful.
I don't believe you.
Oh my God! You can just suck it.
Here's the deal. So I can tell you, I have a spotless butt. I'm telling, spick and span. But sometimes I tend to overclean.
Yes. Thank you, Steve.
Yes.
We
No
worked
such
together for
thing.
20 years, and
You never know.
You never know.
I apologize for never turning around and parting my cheeks to show you.
Preston, you told me about packing a flounder the other day.
That's what it's called, by the way. Somebody years ago told us. My friend used to call it packing a flounder.
What? Putting
Toilet
the
paper
tissue in.
between your butt cheeks.
Yeah, it's a butt tampon.
to help to keep the chafing down.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, if you're pre-med, keep listening because this is valuable information.
But I just have a question for you because you were telling me
That hadn't happened in years, by the way.
Yeah.
I had an issue with it the other day, and it's all better now. I'm great.
There you go.
Go ahead.
And we do share a lot of intimate information.
Of course we do.
But you had told me this packing the flounder thing, and I was thinking about it later on in the day because it had a tone as if you thought,
It was wistful.
As if you thought I have packed a flounder before.
No, I just remember you
Okay.
finding it funny.
Okay.
I remember you finding that particular phrase funny, and that's why I brought
It is
up
a
to
funny
you.
phrase.
Yeah.
But I've yet to pack a flounder.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
count yourself
Yes.
lucky, sir.
Yeah, all right.
Because it's not a fun experience.
Few the
I
proud.
woke up in the middle of the night and did it. I told you that. Yeah, I went to the restaurant.
It can be quite uncomfortable.
I'm going to pack a flounder now.
Yes.
And I did, and it helped, and it worked.
You know what? You're missing a product here, and Preston's flounders.
Yeah.
Flounder packers.
Preston's, there's a little alliteration there with the P, packing a flounder. Preston's, but I need flounder packer, maybe something like that.
Yeah.
Preston's fantastic flounder packer. It's kind of like like an alliterative sandwich with the P's on the outside and the F's in the middle.
Yeah, I like it.
Fantastic flounders and how to pack them.
I like that
That's
too.
not bad.
It's a little long.
Yeah, it is.
Please welcome of Simple Minds, Mr. Jim Kerr.
Yeah.
Very kind of you. Thank you very much. A real pleasure to be here.
And by the way, Jim Kerr, I believe, is actually how you pronounce your last name, correct?
You got it right. In Glasgow, they would say that.
In Glasgow.
Here, they say more kind of Kerr, which is nice. But we're a bit hard on the E, Kerr.
It reminds you where you are, I guess, when you hear your name pronounced a certain way.
Well, my mother's favorite actress was Deborah Kerr.
It's a good choice.
So, nice compliment.
There you go.
I would like to, I'm going to start by throwing a lot of love your way. Your performance, and I'll get right to the song that broke the band in the United Let's see. Reminder that we have a secret text word, chance for you to see the band Ghost Friday, August 25th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets don't go on sale until Friday at 10 a.m. That's through Ticketmaster.com. There's all kinds of info available at WMMR.com. But we have your chance to win tickets this morning before they go on sale. So text the word secret to 39333. So that is what we're going to be doing today. Also, just a reminder that Cardboard Classic rapidly approaching.
Man.
We have all that information available at WMMR.com. But March 3rd, I know we're hitting 65 degrees today, but they're going to be making snow, and we'll be ready for you. We should hear music shortly. That means we're going live on Fox Good Day, and they tweaked with some audio stuff, so I'm hoping that this will work. Oh, wait, I have the wrong button.
2 hours.
There we go. Sorry.
Mike, will end there because we're having our own little, he's calling it a Hurts parade because even though it hurts that we lost, we still have Jalen Hurts, and he did well, and there's still a lot to celebrate.
So he's still in the car at this hour, and they told me to come down to the studio. Hi, everyone. It's Thomas, by the way. And I said, oh, Lord, what did Mike do this time? But I realized and remembered, yes, he is on the Hertz parade. So as soon as he gets out of the car, he'll start his journey.
So if you'd like to meet him, he's starting in a few moments. He's going to start at the Ritz-Carlton or in front of it on Broad Street and then make his way down. And you'll be able to, we'll follow along the route and show you where to go if you want to come out.
Do you have faith? Do you think he's going to make it in 2 hours?
We'll see. That's going to be part of the fun, finding that out. Okay, sorry. Let's get to Preston and Steve because, hey, guys.
Hey. Morning.
We're talking
Morning.
Restaurant red flags.
Okay.
So, you know, a lot of times when you walk into a restaurant, you're trying to decide, you know, maybe if you're in a new place or something, oh, should we eat here? And you're checking things out, taking a look around. And apparently there are some things that are restaurant deal breakers that make you say, nah, we're going somewhere else.
Yeah, I have definite ones. Do you, Preston?
Really?
Which one?
Yeah, well, if I walk in and see the chalk outline of a body, I know that that's probably a place I don't want to die. But there's actually something I do. I will always get at a restaurant a cup of coffee first. And I find the attention to the coffee will indicate what the rest of the meal will be like. And if it's fresh coffee, I'll do that at every new restaurant just to check and see.
All right, that's interesting. I will, if I look on the menu and I see that the fare is, if everything can be made in a fryer, I'm out. Because there's just, I don't know. There's not enough variety. If it's just all, you know, French fries, chicken wings, stuff like that,
you're gone.
I'm done.
So that's pretty benign. But not, obviously, if you see rats and stuff like that, you'll turn around.
I mean, if I walk in and there's a turd on the
Orleans,
plate, and
walked out of my hotel, walked across the street to the diner, walked in. The lady said, "Hi, can I help you?" And mouse ran out from under the podium.
Oh, my
And
God.
she kept it going.
Well, you had obviously gone to Mousie's in New Orleans.
I was like, do I want a table after I saw that? Yeah, no.
Oh, that's
The
terrible.
couple who they were eating at the time saw the mouse too, and they were horrified.
Well, anything like that, mouse,
that's awful.
you know, obviously vermin of any kind. If a raccoon leads you to your table, that's probably a bad sign. But I think there are more subtle things, right?
Yeah.
I mean, also, I don't like to see the kitchen. You know, in some places it's kind of stylish, like the Hell's Kitchen, if it's done right. You don't want to see like. We've seen some things in our years where we've been led through places.
So
and
like when we stepped over the nacho chips.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
Yes.
I know where you're talking
and
about.
And that's a red flag. If food is visibly prepared on the floor in front of you, that's a warning.
Yeah, I would say so.
Depends how good it is, right?
On this list, though, no prices on the menu.
Yeah.
That's one of them. Dirty menus, which is why I love QR codes. That was a discussion on Twitter the other day. I prefer QR codes because I don't have to touch anything. I don't have to worry about it. Because sometimes I just hate seeing the stains.
Well, diners will have that a lot of times. There'll be multiple pages of a menu, and it'll be the breakfast special from 2 weeks ago is on page 4. And it's no, I agree.
I'm with you on the dirty menus, and Alex also, if the restaurant has a dirty front door or dirty windows, like handprints or whatever, I look at it and I'm like, nope, don't want to go.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think the bathroom's a telltale sign for me as well.
Yeah.
There's no soap.
Yes. Attention, a clean bathroom will end. I think all of those little things telegraph what your experience is going to be like. And honestly, if anything when you walk in is on fire, that's usually a bad sign.
Yeah.
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 Uh-huh. I would say so. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, guys. We'll see you later. Except for a hibachi restaurant. Then you see the big explosion.
Yeah, I do like that as well. You're right.
All right. We need to get to the Bizarre File, so we're going to go ahead and do that now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Bizarre File brought to you this morning by Horizon Services. You can place your aging heating and cooling system with a new one from Horizon Services. Have it installed as soon as the next day. Put zero down and have zero payments till 2024. Book fast at HorizonEasyBook.com. Well, a woman accused in a grisly killing and dismemberment case in Wisconsin attacked her attorney.
This footage is wild.
Tuesday, during a court hearing, moments after the judge agreed to delay her trial. And we've talked about this woman before. Her name is Taylor Shabiznis. Taylor Shabiznis was seated in court with her attorney, Quinn Jolly.
Yes.
And asked the judge for an additional 2 weeks for a defense expert to review his client's competency to stand trial.
I'd like to consult with Rizzle Dizzle for Schnizzle.
Most moments after Judge Thomas Walsh reluctantly agreed to postpone her March 6th trial, Shabiznis attacked Jolly and was wrestled to the courtroom floor by a deputy.
Jesus.
The courtroom was then cleared before the hearing. Shabiznis is charged with first-degree intentional homicide, by the way, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault in the killing of Shad Therian in February 2022. Authorities say she strangled Therian at a home in Green Bay, sexually abused him, and dismembered his body, leaving parts of him throughout the house and in a vehicle.
It's not good.
Shabiznis has pleaded not guilty.
Not guilty.
And not guilty by reason of mental disease.
For shabattery.
She is being held on a $2 million cash bond. Following her courtroom outburst, the judge moved Shabiznis and her competency hearing from Tuesday, March 6th. The judge also proposed a May 15th trial date.
See, that's you don't really want the judge to see stuff like that.
At the end of the hearing, by the way, Jolly told the court that he's going to file a motion to withdraw from the case as Shabiznis's attorney, but the judge did not immediately rule on that.
You're on your Shahone.
After players discovered that the Witcher 3's updated version for PC, PS5, and Xbox Series included detailed genitals on female monsters, developer CD Projekt was just as confused as the community that started to investigate the case.
Detailed female genital
on
monsters.
Yes. The Polish studio has since confirmed one of the theories thrown around right after the discovery, namely that one of the community mods used in the updated contained the realistic anatomy. In a statement, CD Projekt calls the addition of these monster vaginas an unintended result of merging together many community mods and enhancements developed in-house.
Vagina.
It also confirmed, listen to this, that it intends to remove the textures from the game, which include visible labia and pubic hair on female creatures like crones.
God almighty. I've got to see this.
I know, I do too. The mod CD...
Your labia doth offend me.
The mod CD Projekt implemented is very likely called, quote, Vaginas for Everyone, and its creator has claimed that the developer used the work without asking for permission. Though the studio has not responded to this claim yet, it stated before the release of The Witcher 3's big update that it asked every mod creator whose work they integrated into the new game version for permission and reimbursed them as well.
Monster vaginas.
Steve, check
You got
out.
it?
Yeah, you have to look on Reddit to find it, but there's a subreddit for Witcher, for the game. And it's very realistic.
Yeah, these are these characters are called crones, by the way, and you can see their
huge monster vaginas.
Vaginas.
Yeah.
A man has been charged with theft after a trailer load of 200,000 cream eggs were stolen from an industrial unit.
Oh, we're talking like Cadbury?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Joby Poole was arrested in connection with the incident on Saturday, which involved an estimated $60,000 worth of the confectionery. In a series of tweets, police, this is in England, by the way, say the extravagant thief. And the theft unfolded at Stafford Park in Telford, Shropshire. A number of other chocolate varieties were also stolen, police said.
We need an investigator who can speak Portuguese.
The police added shortly after the theft, a vehicle presumably purported to be the Easter Bunny was stopped northbound, and a man was arrested on suspicion of theft.
Investigator, you're from Abu Dhabi, correct?
Poole is facing 2 charges of theft and another of criminal damage after a chain lock was also allegedly broken. The mother of, this is a terrible story. The mother of Anthony Tony Mitchell, a Walker County, Alabama man who died in police custody in January, has filed a lawsuit against multiple jail officials, including Sheriff Nick Smith, alleging that authorities deprived the man of his constitutional rights by leaving him in the jail's walk-in freezer.
Oh, my God.
Or similar frigid environment for hours. And he died. On the night of January 25th to January 26th, Anthony Don Mitchell froze to death while incarcerated at the Walker County Jail, according to the filing. The suit alleges that Mitchell was likely placed in a restraint chair in the jail's kitchen's walk-in freezer or similar frigid environment and left there for hours. Only with the release of an internal surveillance video recorded by a correctional officer did what happened to Mitchell begin to come to light. And in fact, quotes in Mitchell's medical records written by the ER doctor said, "I am not sure what circumstances the patient was held in incarceration, but it is difficult to understand a rectal temperature of 72 degrees while someone is incarcerated in jail." They said, "I do believe that hypothermia was the ultimate cause of his death."
His body temperature was 72 degrees?
Yeah. At least 5 hours passed from the time Mitchell was removed from the frigid environment until he was transported to the hospital. So that is pretty messed up. And that's it. That's all we're going to have time for on in the Bizarre File for this run. We are going to take a break because our buddy Mark Summers is going to be checking in with us. He's got a new podcast that he wants to talk about. Yeah, we'll see what else is up in his world. So stay with us because we'll be back in just a moment or two.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Is your phone an apple?
When I was a senior in high school, The Breakfast Club, the film had come out, and it just spoke directly to a person like me. The song was such a huge part of the emotional impact of that film, and it has now become my almost... It's tangible, the emotion that I feel when I hear the song. It takes me back to that time in my life that was so important in my own personal development. I'm actually getting a little choked up here when I'm talking. And you were the passion in your voice. Now, I'm probably going to overuse the word passion as we talk to you, Jim, because that's how I always categorize your vocal style. You're singing very, very passionate. And at that time, it rose above a lot of the other things that were on the radio at the time. And so, number one, I want to thank you. And I know that song wasn't written by you or your bandmates, but I think what you did with it just went above and beyond.
It's the performance.
And surpassed what that song really was.
Well, it's an honor to have any song that means so much to people, but particularly with that song, we are aware in the States, actually elsewhere, that song and the movie meant so much, not only to that generation, but amazingly, subsequent generations as well seem to have. It still seems those John Hughes movies, he really hit a nerve. And I know what you mean in the sense that, I'm a music fan as well, and there's still, it's an amazing thing with music. Even more than film, I think, and photographs, you hear certain songs and it takes you back to a place. It takes you to the very emotion.
Most definitely.
And there are certain songs that do that for me. For me, it was always radio in my mother's house. There's certain songs I hear, I can actually feel we called it Formica table, this cheap, this cheap breakfast table, because, the radio was there. We listened to radio breakfast, as everyone does here.
Yeah.
And there's certain songs I can actually feel, I'm right at the table, And I get a little teary about that as well.
Oh my God, it's so true.
It's so powerful, and I'm curious. Here I am, a chance to meet you and say thank you in person and so forth. And you've had a tremendously successful career. Have you ever had a chance to speak to someone a la David Bowie and say, that song meant so much to me? And do you feel a little odd saying that? Because I know you've heard it so many times, and I don't know if it gets old to you or not, and I feel a little embarrassed that I'm saying all this to you.
Well, you bet. I mean, whenever I'm not cool when I meet people that have meant a lot to me, whether it's sports stars or rock stars or whatever, or movie. I just go up and say, "You're amazing," and, you know. But it's, I mean, some of them kind of don't want to talk about it or something. Have you ever found that? Where you kind of,
you get that,
and someone's just kind of went, "Yeah, whatever."
Well, and it's confusing
to it.
It is confusing when that happens.
Well,
but
we've talked about this, Jimmy. It's sort of a liability when you meet people who've meant a lot to you. Or you know, and then we use the phrase, "They were them. They were exactly who you wanted them to be."
Yeah.
And it's like the ultimate when you get the person you hope they would be. Not everyone can be that, or some people, you know, sort of have sort of a jaded view, or they'll kind of frown upon what got them to the dance.
Or they're self-conscious or something.
Right, and for whatever reason, and you'd almost rather keep the illusion than the actual reality. But when they do sync up and you get both, it's fantastic.
Well, I can talk about both for a minute, because as some of you might know, I was married to Chrissy Hine.
Yes,
Chrissy's the greatest. I mean, she's just the greatest.
Well, I'll Stand By You that's my wife. That's our wedding song. Yeah.
You guys now share a grandchild together.
We do indeed.
Yeah. Congratulations.
And yet Chrissy, she would be the first to say, when anyone goes up to her in the street and goes, "Wow, Chrissy, you know, she kind of goes right in her shell, and she kind of doesn't know what to say, and it comes across as being cold." And then she will regret that for the rest of the week. Genuinely, she'll say, "Oh, I met that person," and they must think, well, I won't tell you what she says, but she doesn't mean it like, she just gets kind of, whereas Charlie Burchill, my songwriting partner and guitar player in Simple Minds, we were beyond fortunate last week in New York because we had a night off, and I'm sure you're aware Springsteen was playing on Broadway, and
so cool.
Just to get tickets to see the show was enough to be 20 yards from him, where he's standing with an acoustic playing Born to Run, and the spit was almost touching us. In fact, we were running towards it. And then afterwards, we didn't know this. Afterwards, as we were about to leave, someone came out and said, "Oh, you know, John Landau, as Bruce's manager, would let you go back." And I'm sure no one will be surprised to hear me say that, you know, Bruce was just amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, he just wanted to talk about music, and he wanted to talk about a book that he'd written, of which the show is based on, of which we've all read. And it was great to have someone as comfortable.
You love that. Did he relay any particular level of was he citing some of your work, or because he clearly, you know, you?
Well, he's so generous. We had played in New Jersey the night before.
Okay.
I think John had told him that, and we played, so we're in his hood, and he had just spent time on stage saying how he had a love-hate with New Jersey. All he wanted to do was get out of there, hence Born to Run and all that. But of course he's still there. But he knew we'd played, and he was asking about the band and all that stuff. We have a few friends in common. Steve Van Zandt, we did a lot of things with Steve back in the day.
And the Sun City,
the Sun City thing, and also Jimmy Iovine, who produced Born to Run. He just produced a track that you played there, Alive and Kicking, and so, you know, we'd met Bruce before as well. So
I think, and it's the truth, that the people who, you know, I love when film directors come in here and they're fans of other directors, because you clearly you just at a core have a passion for music.
That's right.
So you are a fan of other musicians. Yeah. And I think that informs your ability to be a great musician, you know?
I would think so. I would think, you know, I think if you're in love with something, you know, it must be. Listen, if you've got a job that you love, no matter what that job is, you've won the lotto, because we know what it's like if you don't like your job.
Yes.
So if you're passionate about it, I mean, even today we're going to go along to the theatre 4:30 this afternoon. We're going to work on other stuff, songs that we want to bring into the set as the tour progresses.
That's great.
We're always chopping and changing. I'm excited about that, and it's only a sound check.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask about, Jim, yours and Simple Minds' history in Philadelphia. You played Live Aid here. From what I understand, you were the first band that was approached to play the Philadelphia show.
Well, certainly I remember getting the call from Geldof at the time, and it was amazing. You know, it was a great honor to be asked. And of course, although obviously we're from the other side of the pond, at the time, the song that you mentioned, Don't You Forget About Me, was really climbing high in the Billboard charts, and Bob said, you know, you got to do it in Philadelphia. We were only too happy. We were en route anyway to come here and record. But I don't think any of us were aware that all these years later that, you know, in terms of rock and roll anyway, it's still the historical event as our generation's Woodstock is. Joan Baez, I think, alluded to that when she opened. She, that was her. But when you see now, even now, when I see the numbers that were there in the stadium's no longer there. Yeah.
Was that day fairly chaotic?
And the way you would expect. I mean, I was talking outside. I mean, everyone was there. You know, I mean, it was a whole. The great thing was, I brought across my dad.
Oh wow!
He'd never been in the States before. And he was wearing a bright yellow Scotland T-shirt. So I thought, how can you lose him? He's wearing a bright yellow. They said, how can you lose him? 120,000 people out there. But I saw him because he was wearing this.
The bright yellow Scotland T-shirt,
yeah. And he said to me, come here, I want to introduce you to this guy. I want to introduce you. Who's here? Now you think, you know, Madonna was there and Tina Turner and Mick Jagger and all that. And we went round. And there was this guy sitting on his amplifier, just strumming away. Total dignity. Bo Diddley.
Ah, Bo Diddley.
And my dad said to me, Bo Diddley, if it wasn't for him, there would be no Live Aid.
Legendary,
you know, there would be no rock and roll. If it wasn't for these guys. And of course, he was right. So, memories like that come to the forefront.
You mentioned Jimmy Iovine, and I saw the special on HBO about him, The Defiant Ones, and he talked about producing Born to Run and how frustrating it was because Bruce was such a perfectionist when it came to putting that record, and eventually somebody had to tell Jimmy, it's not your record, Jimmy, it's Bruce's. Let Bruce do what he needs to do. What was it like for you guys working with him?
I mean, we've been so lucky. We worked with Jimmy, Bob Clearmountain, Trevor Horn, Steve Lillywhite, all these people. But Jimmy just had this way. It's funny because I can tell the jury was out. Some of the people around us didn't quite get Jimmy.
Really?
Because Jimmy was more a kind of ringmaster. He couldn't go in and tell you technically what was wrong or what was right. It was all feel. And he had a great kind of meter on him with that. That feels great. That's where you should be. But he made you feel great. And if you felt great, then you're going to perform. He gave you confidence. And I, in some ways, we've never met anyone like Jimmy in that sense. He would be, you know how in sports you get a coach, I say this, that make journeymen believe they're much better than they are.
Right.
Jimmy did that to us.
It would seem like some producers are more musicians and some guys are more directors. And when it comes to instructing a band, and he seems like more the director kind.
I'll tell you a funny story about it, and this is the way he is too, because Alive and Kicking, we'd put together the demo. See, we were all a bit weirded out with the success of Don't You Forget About Me, because it become this kind of colossal thing, the movie and MTV, and everyone was all over it.
It was just a confluence of things going on. Yeah.
And Jimmy was like, you know, what are you going to do to follow it up? It's a monster. What are you going to do? You know? And we were like, I don't know. Relax.
WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. Our next guest is got his podcast, which just debuted this week.
Yes.
And he's been out promoting it. I saw he was mentioned on The View. He was doing the WTF podcast with Mark Maron. Apparently some really nice things said about us in that particular
or so we hear
podcast as well. But I'm excited and got a chance to watch most of his first episode. And they're really cool, lengthy interviews. And the guy's great at what he does.
Yes, he is.
And he's a friend of ours. Please welcome Mr. Mark Summers to the program this morning.
Good morning. How is everybody in Philadelphia after Sunday's painful game?
You know.
Listen, the great thing is that history has been preparing this city for this kind of defeat consistently. But no, it was great. You know, and again, as we say, in retrospect, even with the World Series, all the joy and all the fun that you were experiencing in the lead up was so great. You know, so you don't win, but you got that, and that was cool. Would love the victory, but can't complain about all the joy and fun that preceded it.
When you're up 10 points at halftime, you just kind of think you're going to win the game.
Yeah.
And I was telling, Marissa off air that Nate Burleson on the CBS Morning Show on Friday predicted the score exactly 38-35, which made my head explode.
Wow.
In favor of the Chiefs.
Yeah.
I actually saw him and met him and talked to him for a little bit on Friday morning.
Well, obviously he was able to rig it to work in his favor.
Right.
There's clearly no other
It
explanation.
was an amazing game. I'll say that, but unfortunately didn't go out the way we wanted it to.
Yeah.
No, in fact, they were playing on surface that seemed very reminiscent of surfaces on Double Dare.
Yeah, I think the same set designers who did our show.
Oh, it was horrible. We knew that something was up when they all came out of a large nose in the beginning.
Oh my God, that would be
I
the
think
best.
that was Rihanna. But,
The teams come running out of a giant nose. Oh my God.
did you guys like the halftime show? I didn't get it.
I thought I enjoyed it. I thought it was cool.
It was. Listen, it took a good chunk of time for me to find. Is she pregnant? She's got to be pregnant, right? And going back and forth with that, and then once that kicked in, I became terrified that a pregnant woman was 80 stories up on a platform.
Yeah, I would have never done that. I don't care how much money you would have paid me to stand up there for 20 or 30 minutes and do that was pretty insane, especially if you're pregnant. And I guess that's why I didn't feel a lot of energy in the show. And I'm not sure what those guys in the white Eskimo outfits were doing. For the whole thing, but,
Mark, I'm with
I'm
you.
just getting older and older. You know, I did like the Grammys this year, but normally halfway through the show, I lean over to my wife and say, when is Andy Williams coming out? So I didn't feel that way this year.
Andy hasn't shown up in quite a while.
He's been busy.
Yeah, decomposing.
Very good.
Well, listen, congratulations. The podcast hit the waves, so to speak, on Monday, and you've been working on this for quite some time. You've had it in the works for a bit, and how did you feel about the rollout? Were you nervous a little bit as it headed out?
As I may have mentioned last time we spoke, there's 850,000 podcasts. Why would anybody listen to mine? And I was pretty nervous about the whole release. And quite honestly, initially, when they tried to sell it, nobody cared. And then all of a sudden, people started to listen to it in the higher up offices. And the next thing I know, we're on Spotify and we're on iHeart and we're on all the, things you need to be on. And, got the mention from The View. All of a sudden, Mark Maron, who I've tried to get on that show for years, called and said, you want to do the show? And Broadway.com did a whole piece on me yesterday. And I guess I still have a little juice left because the response has been pretty amazing.
You do. And actually, so we know as of a couple of years ago, and we had the actual data, from Jacobs Media had done a sort of assessment of where we stand podcast-wise. There are actually about 2.5 million separate podcasts. Shows, not episodes, shows. So, and you know that. And I think you initially, a while ago when we brought this concept up, you were a little reticent. And I think it's because that very reason that you said, I don't want to just, be spinning my wheels, but you do have stories to tell. You're a good storyteller. I watched a bit of that, the Anthony Ramos interview as well. People love, so in this case, you're the drawer here to Mark. Your experiences and the people you've interacted with and what you can bring to the table, I think works in your favor. And that's where I end up getting drawn to different podcasts or different things of that nature. It's basically, all right, how's it being siphoned through to me? And you're that conduit. I think that's why it works. As Preston said, you're absolutely equipped to do this.
Very kind of you. Somebody wrote on Twitter that I'm Forrest Gump, come to life in the first few minutes of the thing. They mentioned I talked about Soupy Sales and, all these people that I've known and crossed paths with. It's pretty interesting. And, our podcast is not one to come on and plug your movie, your TV show or whatever. We actually kind of get into the nitty gritty. And that's why we have so many good ones. But we open with Anthony Ramos simply because I've known him since he's about 17, 18 years old. But at his young age of 30, he's been through many, many things in his life. And the fact that he's come out on top is having the time of his life. It just worked. And the response to that has been amazing. We're doing Guy Fieri next week. We have Al Roker coming up, Mike O'Malley from Nickelodeon. We did Fluffy, Gabriel Iglesias.
Yes.
So I've been able to book some people that are willing to come on and sort of open their guts up. And when I initially asked Anthony Ramos about his dad, and I said to him before the thing starts, you don't have to answer anything you don't want to. But I knew he had this great relationship with his mom. But in all the time I've known him, he's never mentioned his dad. And I said, tell me about your father. And obviously we pulled this up in editing. He didn't say a word for 2 minutes.
No kidding.
No, he didn't say a word for 2 minutes. And I didn't say a word. I figured at some point he'll pick it up and tell me what's going through his mind. And, you know, as dramatic as the answer was, even on air, it was more intense when I was actually in the studio with him. And, you know, I'm learning a lot about people. I'm learning, you know, that Guy Fieri never graduated high school. I didn't know that. I've known the guy for 12, 15 years. And, you know, the things I've been able to get from people has been pretty fascinating.
Well, I watched the Anthony Ramos as well, especially when you were talking about his dad. And you got him, even, I didn't notice, obviously, there was a big pause because you guys edited it out. But you got him to open up. I mean, he obviously was hesitant at first, and that's what a great interviewer does. That's exactly what they do. They manage to get those stories out in a comfortable way, not in a confrontational way, and to where people start feeling comfortable in sharing those stories. And it's almost, you almost get kind of a therapy vibe from it. You know what I mean?
Almost, you know, I was getting that feel as well. You know, the thing that's been hard for me, and I guess you guys have been doing this for years, is trying to get to the people that you don't really know. And I really wanted Gabriel Iglesias because I knew Fluffy had some great stories. And so I called his manager, who transferred me to another manager, who transferred me to an agent, who transferred me to his publicist.
Yeah.
And after about 6 weeks of this, the publicist writes back, "We're no longer doing these things, but thanks anyway." And I wrote back to him because when he was on Double Dare, the newest version that we did about 4 years ago, he was on the show and there happened to be a pie when he was doing a thing and it wasn't scheduled, but I hit him with a pie. And, you know, the next day on his social media, he said, "Best day of my life," and had him pied and all this other kind of stuff. And I couldn't get to him no matter what. And I finally just sent a picture to his publicist of Gabe covered with pie. And I said, "Just tell him it's me. And I guarantee you he'll say yes." And 10 minutes later, they called me, "Gabe wants to do it." And it's like,
but you know, listen, you're not a babe in the woods when it comes to producing shows with the food and stuff you put together. You know, there's a whole gauntlet of people who have no clue about these dynamics. And you're right, it's something that we have fought for years. And there are people, it's like, you gotta goddamn be kidding. And then what happens sometimes is that you become so familiar with people, you have friendships, that you sort of become like furniture in the room. And you know what I'm saying? And so they I'll get to you, I'll do your podcast. And it's this dynamic that it's just the way it works. But
it is.
Yeah.
And, you know, you guys are, no matter what show I do, everybody talks about you. It was great that Marin talked about you and talked about what a great time it was and how much he enjoys you guys. And, you know, the one thing we always talk over, Talent talks over about your show is nobody on your show talks over each other. And, you know, I love that part when I do the show. Now, we know the little secret when you're in the studio as to why that happens. But nonetheless, it comes out just beautifully. And it's like it's well rehearsed, but it's just not, you know?
Yeah, I have my hand up right now, Mark. And, because I wanted to ask you a question. And I wanted to applaud you for your persistence with Gabriel Iglesias, because sometimes, you know, Casey and I will go after a guest and we get a no, and then another no, and then a third. And it becomes disheartening, especially if it's somebody you have a bit of a relationship with. So I'm curious as to whether or not you have friends in your past or people that maybe you've lost contact with over the years, but you'd love to reconnect with and have them on your podcast.
Great question. I haven't thought of that far, although they called me yesterday from the production company that's producing this thing and said, we're moving forward no matter what for the next go around. So we're starting to book people already.
Nice.
And I have to think about that, you know, because once again, somebody said to me, "You ought to get Steven Spielberg." And I said, well, that sounds exciting, except I don't want him to come on and plug his movie. I want to get into the nitty gritty of his life, which is kind of what his movie is about. But, you know, I don't know Steven well enough where I think I could get him to open up. And so that's the other thing. I can't have people that are guarded who walk into the studio and don't want to answer any questions, because if that's the prerequisite from your, you know, team, then you can't be on my show. And so far we've had pretty good luck. We've got a guest that I'm interviewing in a few weeks. I can't tell you who it is just yet, But that was one of the prerequisites. He's got some things going on in his life that I found out about, and will he open up? And he said he would. So we'll see once we get in the studio. But I've had no problem so far. We've shot about, 14, 15 of these things, and so far so good.
Well, so I think the way it has to work is you have to find people tangentially associated with Spielberg who know him and have his ear and can say, and I've seen this play out many times. I was on Mark Summers on his podcast. It was a great experience, and I was able to open up a bit. And so if he hears that from someone he considers vetted, that would be a good shot, because I get it, and it's funny because we'll have people who do nothing but podcasts and comedians come in here, and there's a podcast mode, there's a morning show terrestrial radio mode, and there's all these things. But even with us, a lot of times they have to hear from somebody they trust who's come on the show that they're going to get a good interview. But, so keep chipping away at that, and I think you might get it.
Well, that's it. And the other thing, social media helps. I may have told you the story, but I am a fan of the CBS Morning Show, and I love Tony DeCopel, and I love Nate Burleson. And I DM'd both these guys last time I was in New York about 6 weeks ago and said, hey, I'm just a big fan. I'm coming to New York. Love to take you guys to lunch. They responded instantaneously, and I had a 2-hour lunch with these guys who I didn't know at all. It's just fun to sort of stick your toe in the water. The other thing I do is FedEx people and get to them that way. And so it's been a lot of fun to get into the behind the scenes. Some of these interviews go on for 2 hours, and they do a magnificent job with our team editing these things out, because I don't think anybody needs to hear anybody for 2 hours, but we're doing about an hour 15, hour 20, something like that. And the one thing we have coming up that they absolutely love is Mike O'Malley, who I knew for 30 years at Nickelodeon. And I always say he's the most successful person to come out of the Nickelodeon days. He produces, he directs, he writes, he stars in movies, and he's the most intense human being I think I've ever met in my entire life. But it works for him, and we discussed that on the podcast.
One of the things from this first episode that I get, to point out to people who are listening or thinking about doing a podcast or something like that, or if you're going to spend a couple of hours, an hour or two, doing it by yourself is no easy task, and that's what Mark is doing. And you got to do lots of homework. And somebody that Steve and I always admire his show was Bob Costas later. It was an amazing interview program, and he was so well researched and you can have lots of research information, but to be able to thread it through the conversation is a really difficult part. And so when you sit down with each one of these guests, do you have a huge list of notes that you've taken all set to go for that, Mark?
I spend so much time doing research. I have the stuff that I already know, but then when you do the deep dive, you start learning so much. And what I found is I generally have about 7 pages of legal pads in front of me. And sometimes I only get to page 3.
Yeah.
Because, as you guys know, because you're the king of this, if you just listen to what they're saying, it doesn't make any difference if you get to question 22, because if the first 11, are that good, and if you've done your homework, they should be, that's what you do. And I don't know. I'm just having a ball. It's kind of a one-man show. We kind of book it together, but I do all the research. And Costas is the king. But I find sports guys that way. Brian Gumbel, same way. Costas probably the top of that whole situation. But they also have the passion to do it. And the thing that upsets me is, I'll get in trouble for this, just because you were a contestant on a game show doesn't mean you get to host it. I'll let you read through the lines on that. I got a guy who contacted me yesterday who's, I'm sure, the sweetest man in the world, but he's been a contestant on a couple of game shows, and now he's doing his own podcast. He's done 2 of them, and he was sweet enough and kind enough to ask me to be on it. And generally what I ask people to do is send me a copy of what you're doing and let me listen to it before I make that decision. And just because there's 2.5 million podcasts out there, only 0.001% of those are any good. Most of these people don't know what the hell they're doing.
No, it's true. And you brought up something that actually pertains to us over the course of years. And I describe it as moving from an interrogation to a conversation. And that's how the interviews began to work better, when people just felt comfortable, because they'll see, I got my questions, and this is, everything is going to be punctuated with a revelation. No, you just go along with the flow. But that's, it is interesting to watch the different dynamics play out, though. There is a podcast mode, and there is, we in the beginning, we would have comedians come in here and who had their own podcast, who had started doing it, who had been on our show, and they would start to say, Preston, you remember this? They'd say,
Sure.
It's harder than I thought.
Yeah.
It's
no
harder.
idea. They have
Yeah.
no idea. And the thing that I learned, I did Double Dare and did all these things that I enjoyed more than life itself. But I was a fill-in guy on the home show on ABC back in the 90s. And I had never hosted a live talk show, and they were nice enough to give me a shot. And so I had done all my homework the night before, and we had all these big guests on. And I walked out there and thought I was Dick Cavett, and I was trying to be super smart and, beyond cerebral. And I didn't let anybody talk. And ABC walked into Woody Frazier, our exec producer, office after the show and said, "Get rid of him. We don't want him on the hosting situation for the rest of the week." And Woody, so the story goes, clear to death, said, "He's my guy. I'm sticking with him." Called me in his office and he said, "You can't do what you just did." And I said, "What'd I do?" He said, "You didn't listen. All you did was, shout out facts that you read the night before in their books." He said, "You can't do that." So he said, "Here's the information for tomorrow. Go home and study it." So I did. And we were going live. I remember it was like 2 minutes to 8 in LA, going live to the East Coast at 11 a.m. And he says in my ear, "Did you do all the information and the research last night?" And I said, "Yeah, as a matter of fact, I did." He said, "Okay, now forget it all and go out and just have a conversation."
Yeah.
And it was a turning point in my career. And that's when I learned to shut the hell up and listen to what these people had to say.
Very good. Are you recording these at home, or where are you doing this?
Oh, we have a big time real studio near Griffith Park in Los Angeles. So I drive down and we try and do 2 in a day if possible. And these guys are fantastic. I mean, I just can't believe the promotional work they're doing and the little teasers that they sent out a few weeks before. And it's, company's called Believe, and they've got several podcasts out there. And thank heavens I was able to hook up with a group that really knows what the heck they're doing.
One thing I did notice is that the podcast industry, especially the video podcast, is probably single-handedly responsible for giving new life to the lumber industry, because every podcast said I see recently has
like a wood grain background.
Exactly. It seems to be. I see it on a lot, and I, for one, like that look. It's a very sort of warm feeling to it, but there's a lot of lumber going on in podcasting.
Well, it's sort of like going to the old comedy days when everything had a brick wall behind it.
The brick wall, yes. Yeah.
Mark, I want to ask you a question that may or may not have an interesting answer, but I follow you on social media, and for whatever reason, I found the fact that you took a train ride from San Diego to Santa Barbara fascinating. Is that a fun train ride to take?
It was exhausting. It was about 6 hours. It stops literally 28 times from Los Angeles to San Diego, so I was ready to blow my brains out. It is quite beautiful.
Yeah.
But, you can go into New York City and go up the Hudson and in 2 hours enjoy as much beauty as I saw on the way down. But, I am a train guy, but I just didn't think we had so many darn stops. I decided a friend was getting married down there, and I thought, well, I'm not going to drive. And boy, I should have driven.
So guess, obviously, you were talking about that earlier. I was reading that the ultimate get for you, and I think it would be for a lot of us, would be Tom Hanks. Is that correct?
Yeah, you know what? I've never met. He's the one guy that I've always wanted to meet, and I can't get to. He was doing a Broadway show when I was living back east, and I did my FedEx trick where I sent him a backstage FedEx and said, here's why I want to talk to you, and here's my phone number, and here's my email. And he didn't respond at all, which kind of shocked me. I thought he would, but he didn't. So I have to do my due diligence to get to him. I think I can get to him, and I think it would be an amazing interview. So he's my go-to guy. Who's the guy that you haven't had, or girl that you would love to have on the show?
Well, before I mention that, might be an in for you. Tom Hanks loves typewriters.
Oh, that I know. I haven't.
Yeah,
So,
right.
His
yeah. So FedEx him a typewriter. You know what? Clint Eastwood.
Really?
Yeah. It used to be Steve Jobs, but death has rendered that impossible.
Yeah,
but
gotta happen now.
I think Clint
I
Eastwood.
wonder what Eastwood would be like. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I think it would be a very low key.
Unless he's like crazy, like he's Howie Mandel when he gets in here.
No, but I'd like to get Hanks. We've never talked to him in all
Yeah.
the years. He's one of those that's eluded us for one reason or another. He would
When Howie
be.
comes to the studio, is he a crazy man?
No. I'm just talking about who would be the absolute, which you perceive to be the absolute opposite of Clint Eastwood, would be a prop comic.
This is true.
But think about the history in that you want to have somebody. I don't think you also want to have someone you don't think has been interviewed to death.
That's the other thing. 100% right.
What about outside of the entertainment realm? Or are you going to stay mainly in that world, Mark, as far as trying to get guests go?
Well, that's the direction they're kind of leaning us into right now. But Anthony Melchiori, who hosted a show called Hotel Impossible, is a fascinating human being. And we talk on a regular basis. In fact, he's written a book, and I'm going to write the forward to it. We talked yesterday. And he's got a great story to tell. And I think there are businessmen and women who are successful who would have great stories to tell. Because the thing that I've learned so far in the first 14, 15 we've done is failure is the best way to success.
Yeah.
And the people who I know and who we've had on the program who have done well have been hit in the face with a ton of bricks. And the question I always ask is, why do some people go up, over, around, and through the wall, and other people retreat and go, I'm just going home and I'm not doing that?
Mm-hmm.
What is it that motivates some people to keep moving forward?
Yeah.
And that's what I love about what we're doing.
It's wild because could you even answer that question? And you've done that. I mean, for where we are, and I would have to say, I don't know what was fueling me at the time to all I know is that I felt that I had eliminated all safety nets and thus giving myself a mandate. I had to do it, but I'm not sure I could recreate the methodology or give someone a line by line, list of how to do it.
Yeah, I always tell the story about the guy at NBC who told me, until I changed my name and got my nose fixed because I looked too Jewish, they would never hire me. And I remember I called Ed McMahon and Gary Collins, and I said, the guy said I should get a nose job and change my name. And what they basically said to me was, yeah, in 6 weeks, he'll be fired. Wait for the next guy. And that's exactly what happened. And, I never gave up. I never had a whole hell of a lot of talent. It took me a long time to learn my craft. But I was so persistent and so passionate about what my goals were that nothing, the only time I ever got way down on myself and beyond depressed is when I was hired to do Hollywood Squares and got fired before I ever got on the air. And that was like the worst feeling ever, that they had made the announcement that I was going to do it. And the next thing I know, my neighbor, Tom, gets it, Bergeron. And, I called him because I didn't want him to feel bad every time we ran into each other at Starbucks and said, look, I heard you got the job. I just want to make it easy for us. And, congratulations and all that other kind of stuff, because I didn't want him to feel bad, and he couldn't have been nicer on the phone. And it just was the worst experience that I had. And I didn't think I was going to be able to pull myself up from the bootstraps. And somehow I did. Am I just insane, or did I have that much passion?
Right. Yeah.
Mark, you mentioned jobs, and this podcast host, does this feel like work, or does it feel like something else?
Well, keep in mind that I'm not doing anything else right now. So I don't have the pressure that I once did. And so, no, I actually love the experience, and it does not feel like work. And, I always say I've never worked a day in my life. I do want to tell you guys that I'm bringing the one-man show back.
Nice.
I cannot believe I'm doing. We're going to do it right outside of Philly, or outside of Hershey. I'll forget the name of the theater for you. And we're doing it in Buffalo, New York. And the idea of memorizing 70 pages again, and plus with the changes, because last time we did it was 5 years ago, and so many things have changed in my life. So we have to do rewrites. And I'm scared out of my mind to do it again. And, I'm not sure why I'm doing it.
Yeah, that was going to be my question.
I guess, when I did it last time, I was exec producing Dinner Impossible, Restaurant Impossible. I was juggling a million things. I had, a staff of about 80, 90 people that I was in charge with. And so anytime I wasn't on stage rehearsing, I was on the phone making sure that things were going right. But I don't have anything else to worry about. And I think my performance is going to be a whole bunch better this time than it was last time, simply because I can focus on it. And I think I just want to give it one more college try, and I still have that crazy desire to do this thing off Broadway. And we figure if we put it up on its feet one more time, we can get some producers from New York in to see it, and maybe that dream will come true as well. So, at 71 and a half, I keep pushing myself into crazy things, and
well,
why not? I guess.
You're going to have to add like a director's cut to the documentary now because there's all this additional material that's taking place. But that's cool. Yeah.
You know what else I'm doing? And this, I never thought I'd do this. Years ago, Soupy Sales was my dear friend, and I went to an autograph show here in Los Angeles. And when I walked in, I couldn't have been more depressed. They had Joey Heatherton was there, and unless you could, look at the picture to make sure that was Joey, you weren't sure exactly who it was.
I used to love Joey Heatherton.
Who's that? I don't know.
Joey Heatherton was a super sex pot in the close cropped hair. She did not age well.
Sadly.
Yeah, but she was as sexy as it got at that time.
Yeah, and there was Ed Asner signing, mimeographed Mary Tyler Moore scripts, and I knew him because I was a page on the show. And I said, Ed, what are you doing here? And he said, I got a divorce. And so he was trying to make extra dough. So I always said to my friends, if I ever say I'm going to do one of these things, you have permission to get a gun and shoot me in the head. And I get a call a few weeks ago from a thing called 90s Con that took place for the first time last year in Hartford, Connecticut. And they asked me to come and do it. And I said, I appreciate it, but I'm not going to do this thing. And they wanted me to do, autographs and selfies and be on a panel or whatever. And I called a friend of mine, Matt Scott, who's a weatherman in Hartford. I said, did you go to this thing last year? And he said, yeah, I did. And it was amazing. You should go. He said, you know who did it? Joey Heatherton. Why can't I think of his name? Who was in the boy band? Joey Fatone.
Joey Fatone. Yeah.
He said, call Fatone. He did it last year. And he had a great time. So I called Joey. I said, Joey, did you do a 90s Con last year? He goes, oh, Summers, you got to do it. It was amazing. I said, why was it amazing? He said, you know how much money I made last year? And he told me how much money he made last year. And I made the phone call, and I'm doing it.
You're doing it. There's been a lot of press about this All That reunion with Amanda Bynes, right?
She's going to be there. A lot of Nick 90s people. And the thing they're allowing me to do, which is this is insane. So when the Double Dare Roadshow closed down, I knew there was a ton of merchandise, and it was sitting in a warehouse. So I called the people who had it in the warehouse. I said, what are you doing with all that merchandise? They said, nothing. It's costing us a fortune. I said, well, send it to me. And they said, well, how much are you going to pay us for it? And I said, I'm not going to pay anything. Just send it to me. And so they said, well, you got to pay shipping. And I said, I'm not paying shipping. It's sitting there. It's costing you money. Just send it to me. And they said some really... words that began with F and hung up on me. And about 5 days later, their FU to me was a pallet of Nickelodeon merchandise from the Double Dare Roadshow was drop shipped in front of my house. Okay. And so I wake up, and it was more boxes than I could even imagine. And so I went and got a truck and put it in storage. And all that will be at the 90s Con in Hartford, 17th, 18th, and 19th of March, on sale for anybody who wants to purchase that.
That is awesome. That is pretty wild. Because that is squarely in so many people's fond memories and nostalgia. Listen, why not? What you don't want is you don't want to be like, Mickey Rourke in the Wrestler sitting there. But
you're so right about that, let me tell you.
Yeah, but these things a lot of them are gold mines for people who and listen, people have chastised. We talked about this for years with how Kiss markets the band and how they've always.
Oh, yeah.
But you know what? They're giving fans things that they want.
Yeah.
So it works out. So maybe we don't understand being buried in a Kiss coffin, but someone does. And there you go.
When I did the last tour, I was blown away because when we do the meet and greets backstage, it was mostly adults, and I'd say, where are the kids? And they said, oh, hell, we left them at home. We want to have a good time.
Yeah.
So this whole 90s nostalgia thing, and I've already gotten all sorts of things on social media about, can't wait to see you in a few weeks, and, are you bringing merch and all that kind of stuff. So it's an experiment, sticking my toe in the water. Once again, what else do I have to do?
Hey, cultivate some guests while you're there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Nice. All right. Well, listen, just a congrats to you and getting this off the ground. And the first episode's fantastic. It's Anthony Ramos, if you would like to check that out, of course, from Hamilton and The Heights and all these other great things. And he and Mark go way back. But this is the start of a new chapter.
Yes.
In Mark's life. And we're happy for you. And we knew that it would be great because you're such a great personality and you're a wonderful host as well. So we want to urge people to check that out. I've checked that out on YouTube because I like the visual that goes along with it as well. But you can find it on Spotify and wherever podcasts are available.
And now all you have to do is create an OnlyFans account, and everyone will be
got everything covered.
Sexy feet.
Hey, thanks as always for helping me plug this silly stuff and this crazy life that I lead. And hope to see you in the studio soon.
We love talking to you, Mark. Thanks for coming on this morning. Mark Summers, everybody. We'll see you, buddy. All right. It's great. And he does, I told him he does what great interviewers do, and he lets the interview breathe. He lets people open up, and I think he's going to do great with this.
He is. I remember when we first, again, when the podcast, as we were talking to Mark about it, the pacing on that would not work for a morning show. Right. And we get people who were doing podcasts come in and say, now remember, people are waking up. You got to wake them up, you know. So that Costas style of interviewing, that sort of longer form is wonderful, especially you have the two components, a good host and a good guest.
He had mentioned Brian Gumbel. I'm telling you, I'm not a sports head at all, but Real Sports is one of the best programs out there for interviews. And he's got a whole group of people that do that. But it's compelling interviewing is just compelling interviewing. That's all there is to it.
And by its nature, sports stories kind of always have the elements that you're looking for.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Overcoming adversity and triumph of will and all that stuff. Yeah. It's all part of it. So we're kind of we're your sports guys in the morning here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are we not?
When sports stories break.
Sports up.
Sports up.
Yeah.
Our boys in blue.
Didn't Gargano asked to get traded to MMR?
All right. Well, let us take a quick break and come back. Is there anything that I can give to people for listening right now? Because I would love to award you. We haven't given anything away all this week, so I'd like to do that. Casey.
Okay. All right.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Casey's gathering like a stack. Do we need to do a contest this week?
We probably do.
Oh, my God.
Look at that.
He's got stacks of stuff to give away.
So thick and full.
Yeah. Firm.
Veiny.
Oh, I get to take a pick. All
right, now put it back in the deck.
I have a Magic Mike's Last Dance prize pack, including a pair of Fandango tickets to see the film. Rochelle went to see it Monday night for a Galentine's Day event.
Ooh, and what'd she say?
She thought it was wonderful. So I tell you what, we'll take callers 12 and 13 at 215-263 WMMR. It's from director Steven Soderbergh and stars Channing Tatum and Salma Hayek. Pinot. Warner Brothers Pictures' Magic Mike's Last Dance is in theaters now, of course. So, yes, callers 12 and 13. We'll set you up. We're going to take a break. Come back in just a second. Stay with us, please.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR.
That's good. You know, like you get it down. That's going to be amazing. And we all felt that. But I had done a guide vocal, kind of sketch lyrics.
Yeah.
That I meant to come back and finish off. And the first line, and it's, you turn me on. So I go to do it for real. And I change the line to something else. And he goes, hang on a minute, hang on. Where's you turn me on? I said, you can't sing what you turn me on. That's terrible. That's garbage. You turn me on. I won't be able to go home to Glasgow if I sing that. People will just rip the out of me. And he went, you're going to change that? And I said, yeah. And he went, my wife loves it. All Vicky's friends love it. Everyone loves it. You can't change it. I said, I'm changing it. And he starts taking out his car keys and his house. He says, here, take them because I'm going to lose my house. Here, you're going to cost me a fortune. You're going to cost me a fortune. You're going to cost. And he was kind of half serious.
Yeah.
So it stayed.
Hey, listen.
And it kind of works.
It works. It works.
It works as long as I don't think about it.
But it's funny because you as the artist are going to be hypercritical, and it's something that we have to think about, even on our level of just doing what we do.
Yeah.
Like program directors or whatever, listen with different ears.
Yeah.
And the hardest thing I think, and probably what distinguishes a good producer who is able to produce hits, listens as the consumer hears it.
Yeah. Well, in my head, if you're Marvin Gaye, you can sing You Turn Me On. Right. If you're some little white nerdy guy from Glasgow with freckles gone, You Turn Me On. It's creepy. creepy, but not according to Jimmy.
You were a tad bit nerdy, Jim.
A bit nerdy, yeah.
But that's why Chrissy Hines seems like when you guys got together, I remember thinking, wow, she's like the leather rock chick, and this guy, that's kind of wild.
Bit off a bit more than I could chew. but you got to give me kudos for
thumbs up
for daring to dance.
yes, absolutely. Jim, it's an honor to meet you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thanks all of you.
Our pleasure.
Jim Kerr, guys. On the Preston and Steve Show.
The only raccoons they like food.
Okay.
So it doesn't,
doesn't matter.
I had them eating goldfish crackers out of my hand.
That's right.
Remember, Robbie?
Wait, you fed him out of your hand?
I told you this story many times.
We heard this story thousands of times.
Yeah, but hang on. Was it while he was in a trap?
No.
Dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, I know. Well, I was not.
Didn't you? We were playing golf one time.
That was during the day.
And we saw
that was
one,
a mangy-looking thing.
Dude, don't go near that thing.
Yes.
And here you are feeding this one by hand.
Well,
hypocrite.
That time, Preston, I was dead sober. B, it was a mangy-looking thing, and C, it was in the middle of the day.
Okay.
When I had this thing eating out of my hand, I had just gotten back from a wedding. It was late at night. I went outside.
You were feeling good.
Yeah, and we had developed it was a quick bond.
You had an understanding.
How was the wedding?
Yeah, I was like, man, it was a really good time. Do you want some goldfish?
Do I know them? Is his family or is his friends?
No, you don't know them.
I have to say I'm a little peckish. I'd love to talk to you, but I'm not thinking straight.
Hang on.
Can you hook me up?
Yeah, I got some goldfish. You want some goldfish?
Oh, bingo.
Okay, hang on a
Love
second.
it. Yeah, you go get those and I'll find us a place to sit.
Comes back, he's smoking a cigarette.
God, look at that sky.
What did I tell you?
Never leaving Delco.
Those things are going to kill you.
I know. It's my one thing, though, you know.
Gotta have a vice.
Gotta have a vice. I don't drink. But this, taking a cool drag on a night like that. It's just everything. Just everything to this little raccoon.
Yeah.
Smoking raccoon.
From Touchstone Pictures, the story of a friendship, an interspecies friendship. Me, the raccoon in me.
The raccoon in me.
Raccoon.
Oh, my.
Starring Casey.
Oh, dear Lord. All right. Let me go to Chico real quick. Hey, Chico, you're on the air. Good morning.
What's the deal, bitches?
Yo, buddy. All right, you have an interesting story. Do tell.
Oh, man. Interesting story ain't the word. When I was younger, I had a girlfriend, and her dad was a prize coon hunting dog kennel. He had a kennel that they would raise coon hunting dogs.
Yeah.
And they came across one that had some babies, so he decided to bring the baby home to the daughter, and that was my girlfriend at the time. And sure enough, she kept it as a pet. And
what kind of pet was it, Chico? Was it good and or was it a handful?
It was a handful. I mean, it was cool when it was little, and like their hands feel funny, like leathery, and, and they would do little things. But she called it. His name was Snickers. Snickers. It loves Snicker bars.
Snicker
bars.
Okay.
And then what the problem happened was,
Love the Snickers.
Yeah, you can bring me my Snickers.
Hey, Chico, hook a brother up with some Snickers.
Yeah, hey Chico, bring me a Snickers.
Chico, over there by the TV, there's a bag full of Snickers. Why don't you sashay over one with two?
What's happening?
Where are my cigarettes?
After my little doobie.
I feel my nice leathery hand.
Yeah, I know. I'll use moisturizer.
When it was little, it would crawl around her shoulders and like hang out in her hair and do all this crazy stuff. But as it got older, it just started doing what it wanted to do. And
it's a wild animal.
It's a teenager. You know how teenagers can be.
Yeah. Did you ever? So everyone here was kind of thinking. Did you ever look at its human-like hands and look at your junk and think,
looks huge in that?
Nah, they got some sharp nails, man. That thing.
Oh yeah. True.
I can clip them, dude.
Yeah.
Just depends on how many Snickers you're ready to give me.
Yes.
You give me a fun-sized bag of Snickers, I'll bring you all the way to the end, if you know what I'm saying. Leather hands and no leather hands.
Nails or not.
Steve, you got issues, bro.
Thank you, Chico.
You got issues. Chico just called you out.
Chico bailed on his story.
Oh, man.
Snicker. Please Let's welcome Mr. Peter Hedges.
Yeah. Thank you.
To our program. Nice to see you, Peter.
Nice to be here.
So you're a ukulele player, huh?
I am. I really rip it up.
You tear up the ukulele. Now, do you say ukulele or ukulele? Because we know that the proper.
I'm just cool.
Peter was off air in case it was chit chat with him.
My wife is like, "Really? This is the instrument you chose to pick up? Do you really want to get laid? Because it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
Like, nobody wants to.
Yeah, you don't ever see somebody like Pete Townsend.
No.
It just
and I know
doesn't
4
happen.
chords, but I can play most songs.
I will tell you this: just as there are gateway drugs, I think this is a gateway to an actual guitar. You know,
That's why it's
Preston has started with an ukulele and is now learning guitar.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, then I feel hopeful.
You'll get
but
there.
after hearing Barnes, I think maybe I'll just let him play because that was awesome.
He was fantastic, wasn't he?
Let me ask you something as a director and a writer and a creator of things like that. Music is obviously an essential part of the way the mood is set in a film, and you're always looking for new things.
Super important.
Yeah.
You know, over the years, I've gotten to work with Stephen Merritt and the Magnetic Fields. They scored my film Pieces of April.
Yeah.
The great Norwegian singer-songwriter Sondre Lerche scored Dan in Real Life. He was 23 when he did the score.
Wow.
Glenn Hansard and Margera wrote a song for my film The Odd Life of Timothy Green. Music is everything. I write to music. I listen to music all the time.
You know, Stephen King writes to AC/DC all the time.
Yeah, I should probably try AC/DC because I'd have a nicer house. But no, you know, music it's so inspiring. I mean, hearing it just makes you feel so glad to be alive.
Yeah. I love your work. I love, you know, your from the writing to the directing. And I think what you do is particularly difficult in that, in the kind of drama and the kind of stuff that you write, you're going down a line where you a little bit to the left and it's treacly, and then a little bit to the right it's too self-aware. You've got it really, I think, of all these genres of film, it's the one that requires you to be as spot on as you can be. Am I correct in saying that?
I think you're right.
Yeah.
It's so tricky, but if you're trying to articulate the human condition, I mean, we're living in such a wacky time, and I try to put these broken people on screen that are, you know, trying their best to do the right thing.
So in Ben is Back, which we're blown away by the trailer. It happens. It's coming at a time, you know, it deals with a young man battling an addiction issue and returning home to his family. Takes place on the holiday, Christmas, and in one day, I believe, right?
That's right.
And so it's, I mean, we hear stories constantly, and it's, you know, we have advertisers that, you know, treatment centers and things of that nature. It's a critical mass problem. And actually, within my own family, I see, you know, an extended family, I see people dealing with this. You have the dynamic of the family, and you have the Julia Roberts as the mom who wants to do everything they can without enabling, but yet making sure that there's a voice of reason, and every dynamic is in play at the same time. And I would imagine, as a parent, I don't have kids, but they all do. You're just a spinning compass. I don't know what you fix on to help somebody you dearly love and don't know what to do.
Right. That's something that tons of people are facing right now. And Julia does this amazing job in the film. She just goes everywhere and anywhere on behalf of her kid. And that's my experience with most parents.
Yeah.
They'll do anything they can to help their kid. And it's just a question of, how do you help? What's the loving thing to do? How do you help someone who is, you know, addiction's a disease.
Yeah.
And how do you help treat it?
In my own family, in the situation that I've seen, you know, many different things have been tried. Is this the way to go? Is this the way to go? Right. Is this the way to go? The love never wanes, but it's like at what point you have to, the person has to assess, am I killing myself in pursuit of this? You know, and what about the people who aren't addicted? Are they suffering as a result?
Right.
It's an amazing thing to deal with, and I think even more difficult for you as the writer director to do the just thing when dealing with it.
Well, true, but I wanted to put a story out that shone a light, if you will, on how all the angles, all the points of view,
sure,
and to try to expand compassion that people might have for people who are going through this.
Right.
And sometimes you can't imagine how hard it is.
Yeah.
Oddly, though, there's incredible amounts of humor in the film.
Yeah.
There's a lot of love. There are these kind of surprising moments of joy.
Yeah.
And then there's a lot of heartbreak and
Like life.
agony. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and you're the guy to pull it off. I mean, because About a Boy does that so wonderfully. There's heartbreak, there's hope, there's a lot of humor in it as well. In fact, it's hard to categorize that movie. There's so many funny moments in it that it's hard to categorize that as a drama as well. Just to point out, I mean, like, how did you have the idea of Will going to a women's support group to pick up women? Or had you heard of someone?
No, that's the genius of the great Nick Hornby, who wrote the novel.
Right.
Oh, okay. You did the screenplay. That is correct.
No,
Okay.
But Nick wrote this amazing novel, and they called me and said, "Do you want to adapt this?" And I said, "I don't want to do. I want to do my own work."
Sure.
And then I said, well, finally, they called a few times. I said, well, "What's the book about?" And they said, "Well, it's about this single guy who goes to," and I said, "Oh, you've got to send it to me right away."
Yeah.
And it's one of those books I read. I went, "Oh my, I wish I'd written it." And so all I tried to do was be help move it, and then the Weitz brothers came in and did their beautiful, beautiful film of it, and took what I did and improved it, I think, massively. So, but I got to swim around in that story, and I just tried to serve it, which is what you try to do when you're working on anything like that. It's just to be helpful.
Your mother's a psychotherapist?
She was.
She was a psychotherapist,
Yes.
and your dad was
An Episcopal priest, yeah.
So I think your empathetic ability to tie into things that at least resonate.
Right. I was groomed.
Yeah,
I was
you had a
to
good
cry. Is what I was basically.
Right,
Raised to be that guy who got beat up and was like, "I love everybody. I'm a vegetarian."
Here's a ukulele.
Yeah, here's the ukulele. You can see that there's a real motif here.
Were you a sensitive ponytail guy at any point?
I never a ponytail. I did have a kind of a Mick Jagger moment where my hair was long, but I didn't have any of Mick's swagger. I was too sweet. I was the nice guy.
Well, we love your work, really.
Thank you. What a pleasure to have such a long and robust conversation about me.
How about that? You love me. You really love me.
And now I'm going to sing. Let's go to commercial.
Well, we brought up some ukulele music for you here.
Oh, great.
Wait.
Yeah, my wife's getting ready with the nightgown. We're going to have some fun.
She gets so turned on.
Oh, it's so over.
Oh, this is great. It's final countdown?
This is the final countdown on ukulele. I don't know why there's a piano part in the beginning here.
I like the piano, though.
It is kind of fun, though. I don't know when it's going to kick in here at any point. But listen,
You're killing me.
I will remind people that
I'm going home.
This could be part of the soundtrack.
Yeah,
for
there you
Ben is
go.
Back. This could be the closing credits. Oh, there's a kazoo, too.
Thanks so much.
All right, so anyhow. Oh, you want me to keep going?
There you go.
All right, so in theaters.
Oh, no! No!
He did it! He just told us to F off.
Oh, God, how much did that cost me? Oh, my God.
No, we're good. We got
I caught it.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
You raised the double birds.
I'm the son of a minister.
This is great. Thank you, Kath. We'll get our winner for secret text word a little while, so make sure you do that if you want to get those ghost tickets. Text word secret to 39333. But in the meantime, I have some surveys that I'd like to share with you.
Show us balls.
Survey Says is what we call this little segment. So I have a variety of them spanning a whole bunch of different categories.
And the unifying attribute of these is that they're all kind of lame, but clustered together, it's kind of fun.
Yeah, so we'll start with this one. In a survey of 2,000 U.S. adults, when it comes to vacations, these were the responses. And I'll give you the percentages of people say they have revisited a vacation destination. Another category says that they're likely to take a chance visiting a new destination, and some say vacations are a chance to do things outside of your comfort zone. So with those things, I can get into a rut. Like if we've gone somewhere that I really like, I like going back there. Yeah. I like to keep going back there. But then part of me goes, Yeah, but there might be another place out there
Yeah.
that you've never
Yeah.
been to that would be really amazing.
But what if that
too.
new place stinks?
I know,
and it's
and-
not as good as the place I like.
And that's the risk that you're taking because I mean, like I've wanted to, like Hawaii is like the greatest place I've ever been to in my life.
Yeah.
I just want to keep going back there. Any chance I ever have a moment to save up and make a big family trip or something like that and do that. But there are other great trips that we've taken too.
I mean, Rehoboth is the Hawaii of Delaware.
It is. It is.
Hawaii of Delaware.
Yeah.
No, but
it
I was
is
thinking
nice.
about this yesterday. A picture of me and Caroline popped up of when we were at Acadia National Park, and that's close. It's a drivable destination. And, Bar Harbor's a lovely little Maine town and all that. And
You have to go back.
I want to go back there.
Well, yeah, because when you went, the weather wasn't the best.
Yeah, it was. We went actually in the middle of fall.
Yeah.
And
Still-
the park wasn't even open. We had
Yeah.
to sneak into part of it, to be honest.
So you sneak in dressed as bears, right?
We had to do that, yes, which is a wonderful bonding thing with my youngest. But I like to go back to places I've been to that were awesome.
Well, I can tell you, my friend, Dwayne has gone to the exact same location for every vacation for years.
Really?
Yes. He
Okay.
goes to Turks and Caicos.
Oh,
Okay.
Right? And,
Beaches, the beaches resort.
And he goes to the same resort. His mindset is he goes to decouple and unwind, and because he knows the place, he doesn't have to. He can immediately get into relax mode without having to learn any of the.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
And
that-
if
that's
he's
what-
content, then do it.
But that's so for me, like I've gotten into this situation that I don't like, but it stresses me out vacation, like to prep for it. Because if I'm going somewhere, I want to make sure that I'm, doing what you're supposed to be doing and I'm getting the most out of it. So if I go back to a location that I've been to,
Right.
I almost feel a little relief because I know what's there. I know the things that I didn't get to do last time that I can do this time. And especially if it's going to another country, like for whatever reason, it stresses me out. It makes me nervous.
Right.
If I've been there, I'm like, okay, I know this is going to be okay.
I got the lay of the land, so
Yeah.
to speak.
Yeah.
So, and I'll draw a parallel here. When we were growing up, we would go out to dinner. And every single time we go out to dinner, my little brother always got the chicken parmesan.
Okay.
And me, I would look at the menu. I go, ooh, this looks interesting. This looks like it probably tastes good. Every single time he finished his meal, and I took like 2 bites. And I look at it the same way with like vacations. It's like, dude, you know what you like? You know what I mean? Maybe it's a little bit mundane or boring, but like, you know that you're going to have a good time at Turks and Caicos. You know that resort has exactly what you want and what you need every single time. So why? And listen, honestly, Turks and Caicos, like when you go to the Caribbean, like they all kind of like feel the same.
Yeah,
you know
there's,
what I mean?
there's a big similarity.
Yeah, very, very similar.
Are you saying you usually don't like what you order for dinner?
Well, no, I've learned,
deviate.
but I would always get something that I thought, oh, I'm going to try that. And then I hate it. And I'd make fun of, oh, you're getting the chicken parmesan again, you know?
And yet there he was loving his meal while you were
Every
torn
single
up
time.
inside.
Yep.
Don't mind if I do.
I love chicken parm.
It's so good. It is so good.
Is that what the point was?
No, that was not the point.
Well, Nick, I feel like you're good at going to new places. That's
Yeah.
what you like to do, right?
Yeah, but and then here's the thing, Kathy. I'll get there and love it, and then be like, man, I got to get back to this place, and then I find a new place to go. So I have returned to a few different places. I turned Preston onto St. John on the USVI a few years ago, and I'm going back there, and so I'm very excited about getting back to that place because I find it gorgeous. But I do like finding new places to
Are
visit.
you going
too.
to the same place in St. John?
I am going to the same place that Preston and his wife stayed, and I haven't been
Even
there.
though they sexually tore up
I
that
know.
room.
Yeah, and I'm hoping to stay in the same bed that he
We
stayed
did,
in.
actually.
Yeah.
Oh, that's where
That's where
happened.
Rochelle got the nickname Niner. Or Montana was her nickname.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's the Gallows Resort. It's a great place. So 68% say they have revisited a vacation destination. 78% say that they're likely to take a chance visiting a new destination. 74% say vacations are a chance to do things outside of your comfort zone. By the way, one of the things I want to do very, very soon, and I'd seen this right before COVID hit, and then the idea went completely gone, is one of these surprise vacations where you don't know where you're going,
Yes.
you don't know what you're doing.
Me too.
And you can tailor it for it to be just a long weekend or a full week.
Wait a second, this is Kathy's house.
You can only do that if you are an adventurous person, right?
Yes, and I
I could
would-
never.
No.
Oh,
I would cry.
But what's great is the excitement of the surprise.
Oh, I
The
hate this.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. Is that
Well, you give them there are some parameters that you give them.
Yeah. Here you go, Miss Ronnie. Here's your tent.
These are the things. These are the things we do like, and these are the things we don't like. And camping would be the do like. Yeah. I would purposely put on Kathy's application.
naked and alive,
Naked and afraid. Yeah.
The packing process for me and all of that, like, I need to know exactly what I'm doing. I need to know what restaurants are there. I need to know, is there a hot tub or just a pool? I need to know everything.
I pitched an idea to Kathy the other day, Casey, when you were, this was off air, but when you were doing the cross-country trip with Anthony and Kyle and Jackie. And the idea, and I don't know if that has any legs or not, but the idea is for Kathy and I to sort of like race across the country where she gets to stay in 4-star places and I have to rough it. I have to like camp it getting across the country. And
you would win.
I think so.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't leave the first 4 seasons.
But you also, Nick, wouldn't even have to travel far off of the highway. You could literally just sleep in the back of your car.
In a divot.
I thought you were going to say I had to camp. I was like, no, I'm not playing
That's
that
not going to
game.
happen.
I think you also have to pace. Like, for example, there are times when I feel like I need to do one that I've already been to because that's the kind of frame of mind I am. And then there's times where you're feeling a bit more adventurous.
In a tandem survey, they said, what are the best vacation activities? All right. And here are your choices. All right.
Okay.
And it's not like, water sports and stuff like that. So it's relaxing.
Is that an activity?
It's a
inactivity.
vacation activity, inactivity. Trying new food, learning about the history or culture of a destination.
Boring.
I wonder where Casey's going to stand on this. Or exploring lesser known parts of an area.
Oh, yes. I like that.
Okay, so you would vote for that.
Yeah.
You
Wait,
too,
really?
Nick?
Yeah.
And you just said you don't have a sense of adventure.
No, like when I'm there, if I can go into like a town where like the locals or like go to like, a bar where the locals go or a restaurant where they go as opposed to like the, where all the vacationers hang out.
Yeah, the tourist trap. You must stay away from that.
I'd rather do that.
Okay. So Nick, you're the same way?
Yeah, for sure.
Steve, how about you?
I think all of those would be, like at certain times. Go through the list again quickly.
Relaxing, trying new food, learning about the history, culture of a destination, or exploring lesser known parts of an area.
So I would like exploring lesser known areas, but I also like finding out the history of a place.
You would like that.
Yeah,
part
when I
of
went
it.
to England and did England and Scotland, I wanted to learn about the history and see, in Edinburgh, the underground area was
That
amazing.
was cool.
Yeah.
I did that too. That was cool. However, I will say, sitting anywhere at a pool or a spa or whatever with a drink, that's also just fine.
I would probably put relaxing as number one for me on this, but I do also like, because we've taken a couple of trips and my family and there's a place called Tours by Locals, and you can hire someone to take you around and show you the area and give you some of the history.
Kathy's house.
Yeah. And so I found that intriguing. I do like that part of it. But I think, number one, if I'm on vacation, if I'm away from work, relaxing is what it's all about.
That's where your hotel becomes such an important thing.
Yes.
Get the best hotel you can get, and we'll do it. We'll save up. We'll do what we need to do to get it. But that way, even if you go and check out something and it stinks and it's boring and it's like, what the hell? You go back to a better facility. It'll even it out.
Steve, I think you and I talked about this a few years ago. Sometimes tourist destinations are that because they are great. People,
Yes.
People want to go see the Eiffel Tower.
Are you going to pass up like Stonehenge?
Exactly, yeah. And so there are places like that around the world that, like Machu Picchu, for example. Like,
Yes.
I'd love to go visit that place. And yes, it's a tourist destination. Great Wall of China, things like that there are reasons why people go there. And just because they're a tourist destination, to me, that doesn't rule them out.
Right.
Well, are you opposed to doing like a tour bus, Preston, with if you're going to a certain location and you're...
I'd rather not do that, yes, but I have done that before. When I was a kid, my sister and I were in Austria, and we took the Sound of Music tour.
Yeah.
And I went kicking and screaming. I'm like, I don't want to get on the bus and gotta go do this. It was a freaking blast.
You had a great time.
It was a great time. We did all the stuff from the movie. It was a blast.
I was in a city called Nice in the south of France, and I did this tourist train thing, and I was like, oh, this is going to be just so nerdy and dorky. It was so freaking cool. I mean, it was nerdy and dorky, but like it was like a train that you would see in Disneyland.
Yes.
And I was like, this is fantastic.
Yeah. All right. Survey says. Thank you. Moving on to We're moving on to another one. All right. In a survey of 2,000 U.S. adults, what would you do with more time in the day?
All right, what would you do with more time in the day?
Yeah. Sleep is one of them.
wanna
Get extra sleep.
Yeah, I was going to say rest, but I have a hard time doing that, so I'd probably just go to Target again.
Okay, shop. Yeah. Go to Target again.
No, like I'd run my...
Take a second trip.
I'd just add errands to the day.
I'd have to say I'd play golf. I would. That's exactly what I would do in my extra time, man.
Oh,
because it takes a lot of time.
Yeah, like an activity or working out when on the days you don't get to squeeze it in, like that would be good. That would be the ideal, but I'd probably just go to Target.
20% said they would get extra sleep. Yeah, without question.
So during the week, I get about 5 hours every night, you know. So I'd probably do that if I could rewire myself to do that. I mean, on the weekend, I wake up. My internal clock wakes me up at 3:30, and then I'll go back to sleep till about 6:37. So if that was my normal time, that'd be pretty good.
When your internal clock wakes you up at 3:30,
yes,
on the weekend,
yes.
What do you just roll over and see the clock and then go right back to bed, or do you get up and walk around for a little bit,
No,
or what?
I look at the clock and I go, "What day is this?"
Yeah.
And then once I'm convinced that it is Saturday or Sunday, I go back to sleep.
Okay.
So you don't get up still at that time.
No.
You'll still stay in bed.
I will wake up and I'll look at the clock and then I'll go back. But like I also, when I wake up during the week for this to come in, I'm like Nosferatu. I just jump right up. I'm ready to go.
So also 34% said they would use the extra time for chores.
Yeah.
And 21% said they would go back to school if they had more time in the day.
Just to hang out at a school, or
I don't know.
What's your name, sir? I just got extra time.
The thing that I give up when I don't have enough time is exercise. And so I feel like if I had more hours in the day, I would no longer have the excuse of not getting exercise.
Yeah. So that's kind of on your list of things to do for the day. That usually gets knocked off because you got filled up with the other things you had to do.
I got to do this, and then I got to take a nap and watch another episode of Last of Us. And
I'm a list maker. I write down a list of the things I need to do every single day. If I write them down, I'll get to them.
Yeah.
If maybe have one or two left.
It helps.
Every morning I usually use our schedule on the back and I jot down a list
of what you have to do for the day.
Stuff that I have to do for the day. Yeah.
I feel like I get more accomplished if I write that list down and go throughout the day and check it off.
Well, and I also my accomplishment is my goal is to get those things done as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
And then therefore the rest is like whatever, man. It's you have your free time, you can do whatever you like.
And I always make like number 3 or 4 on the list. Throw out before completing list.
Done.
You can usually get that one done. Most people, the majority of people said they would use the extra time for chores, believe it or not. So I think, Kathy, you need to, I'm intrigued by the concept of the chore wheel.
Should we have one here in the studio?
Maybe, no, I don't think we need to be doing chores around here, but I wouldn't mind having that for my family.
Yeah.
And maybe you could make a mock.
Do we make it?
Yeah. A mock chore wheel for me.
I'll make it. Tell me the chores you want. Your kids are going to hate me.
You can't. You don't want. You want Kathy adding to your chore list.
No, I was going to say you tell me the chores you want, and I'll make the chore wheel for you.
Throughout the years, I mean, for a long time, a couple decades now, because my kids are in their 20s. My oldest are. We have tried doing the list of chores. We have the schedule and all this stuff. It works for like a week, man, and that's it. It never works. Some of our old schedules are still just hanging up on the wall. They've got dust on them. They've been there. Names are still on them. Nobody's ever done anything. It just never, ever, the system never worked.
Check computers for Y2K issues. No, we never got around to that.
That's on the list.
I think it's because it wasn't a decorative wheel.
Maybe that was it. It wasn't
pleasant to the
powerful
eye.
enough.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know. By the way, so another survey, which is tied into this one. Out of your chores, which ones tend to be pushed aside? Housework, outdoor work, or laundry? Of those three.
Laundry.
Outdoor work.
Okay.
Laundry is... I'm probably OCD about laundry. I get it done all the time.
And folded and put away?
Oh yeah, that's my job,
hate
and
that
I'm nuts about it. I admit it, but like I go home and I'll do some today just to get it, and I feel like I'm getting out of the way for the weekend, and then I'll do it on the weekend too.
All right. Yeah. While you're doing laundry, you watch TV or do you listen to
usually.
music? Okay.
Yeah. Because we have a TV in the basement, and that's where the laundry.
You don't dirty dance?
Well, sometimes.
Okay.
Fridays.
Because that is a chore that you can do while watching entertainment as well. So that can be a nice way to knock it out.
I have a question about you guys doing laundry. So you made it just sound like, okay, so it is a chore where you have to get it done, but are you like you're staying in the basement until the wash is done and then you're throwing it in the dryer and then folding, putting away like all in the same 2 hours?
I'm OCD about it. So I don't like letting the laundry stay in the washing machine for extended periods of time. So if I'm down in the basement and then I hear the ding ding and then I can put it in the dryer.
The ding ding.
Yeah.
Nick heard the ding ding.
Because for me, it's like a passing chore.
Yeah.
It's like I run home, I have to put it in the washer and then I'll throw it in the dryer and then leave and then come back and do the next load. Like it's not a sit down, get all this done today.
Yeah, me either.
No, I got towels to do today, Kath, and those.
God damn it, towels are hard.
I know.
How long before you will rerun a load in the washer if it stayed in there too long? You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, that's a good question. If it's overnight, for sure. If it's like during the day, it's probably okay.
Day and a half.
Day and a half.
Yeah, if it stayed in overnight,
you are a caveman.
I must be.
Don't you just smell
Well,
it?
and it depends
Yeah, I
on
smell
if
it.
it depends
that's
on
it.
if it's summer or winter too, right? Like summer, you can't sit for the day. and a
Would
half,
you
right?
re-clean clothes into a house that you just moved into and found in the washing machine?
What? Wait, what?
If you just moved into a house and there was laundry already in the
There's
wash.
laundry in here.
Wait, why would summer make a difference?
Because it's warmer out. I mean, my house tends to be a little warmer, so
That mildew smell kicks in quicker.
it kicks in quicker.
Oh, I don't know about that. I have to open it to smell anything.
Yeah,
Like-
yeah.
Yeah, and you think that the warm? No, my house stays pretty much the same temperature year round.
All right. Yeah. No. Summer is a shorter period of time for me to let
Okay.
it sit.
All right. Anyhow, 38% of people surveyed would say that housework was the chore that's pushed aside. Outdoor work is 37%, and laundry is 31%. So it's kind of the opposite of what we were saying.
Yeah, it's sort of even. I'll get the housework done, and I'm good on the yard work. I don't do the laundry. Claire's masterful with that.
I think I find the most satisfaction with the outdoor work, which is, I don't know why I postpone doing that or procrastinate it, because if I get out, you guys were talking not that long ago about cleaning out your garages.
Oh, love it.
And that's like a really satisfying feeling.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know if that counts as outdoor work, though.
Yeah, it sort of is.
Okay. Survey says that we need to talk about sex now.
All right.
All right.
Sex survey.
In a survey of 2,000 adults, when it comes to turn-ons, 67% of those who have had a one-night stand have an easier time admitting their preferences to someone that they'll never see again.
Okay, so you're going to tell someone you'll never see again what you like, what your kinks are.
Yeah. 22%.
What kind of yard work you like.
22% say that they can be judgmental towards someone for what turns them on, and 14% are afraid of being shamed for their own turn-ons.
Yes, can you send a girl up who likes to do laundry with me?
Everybody's got their thing.
and ask her how long she would let it sit in the washing machine.
Does it smell mildew?
These are things that this person needs to know.
Baby, I'm taking it out of the washing machine right now. I wait for the ding and I just go.
Daddy likey.
Oh, man. I knew a girl that was into using daddy in a sexual way. You saying
What?
that? Yeah, and that's weird.
Yeah.
She enjoyed it. It was a turn on for her, and not for me.
Okay, so yet again, things in real life are a little different.
Yeah, I've never called Claire daddy.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be
Yeah,
great?
yeah. Oh, daddy.
Yeah.
What?
Can I call you daddy?
Careful at your face.
Oh, my God.
I was thinking Chuck Berry is the gold standard. Oh, my God. How you conduct yourself.
Now open your mouth.
Farted in my face.
Steve, who was worse, Chuck Berry or Roger Ailes?
Oh, my God.
Well, Chuck Berry created a form of entertainment.
You're right. He did.
I'm going to have to give Ailes the down thumb on that one.
The idea
Just
of
because I
Ailes
think he's too...
laying on you.
And Chuck was in shape.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna have someone fart in your face, at least they have to take care of themselves. I don't think Roger Ailes. I don't think he works out or anything. Did Ailes pass away? He's still with us.
No, he passed away. Yeah.
Yeah, John Lithgow portrayed him in that Bombshell movie.
Yeah.
really well, and there was just an uncomfortable scene with him and Margot. Oh my god!
Oh, he was just disgusting.
It's so foul. And I perceive that to be an accurate representation of the guy.
I'm gonna eat ribs and then fart in your face.
Oh God!
You really don't have a good spiel with women, do you?
Well, he's so wealthy, and you know he can do what he wants to.
Yeah, he died 6 years ago.
Was it that long ago?
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. Crazy. Chuck Berry. How long ago did Chuck Berry die? Was it a timed out? Chuck Berry died.
Same year.
Yeah, he died.
Wow, they died 2 years apart. Coincidence?
I don't think
thought
so.
you said it was same year.
2 months.
Oh, 2 months. Okay.
You can have this 2 months in the same year.
So Roger Ailes.
he said 2 years ago.
Oh.
Roger Ailes died on May 18th, 2017. Chuck Berry, March 18th, 2017.
Wow.
Okay. I bet those guys hung out together.
I think so.
Traded farting in mouth story.
Yep.
Sad year.
Hey, Roger, it's Chuck. You know that new sound you've been looking for? You know that new kink you've been looking for? Try farting in the bitch's face.
Thanks for the call, Chuck.
Don't nobody go nowhere.
Wow. That again, that line of thinking is completely alien. That's as bad as leaving your laundry in the washing machine.
By the way, when it comes to turn-ons in relationships, 81% of those in relationships are comfortable talking about what turns them on with their partner. 57% found they have similar turn-ons to their partner. 75% see this conversation as a milestone. And 77% say it's an important discussion when committed to someone. I think it can be absolutely healthy to talk about that stuff.
What about one-night stands? Would you list out your likes and dislikes?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't think so. But I mean, but also, yeah, in the days of one-night stands, that was a time to get adventurous.
Yeah.
You know, and ask if
I'll
they'd
wear
like
the nurse outfit
to try something like that. I'll call you daddy.
Act like you're throwing up in the toilet and splash your hand around there.
I only did that a couple times. I gotta go.
I'm throwing up.
Santa's got to go.
You could have kept the recording of someone vomiting on your phone.
If I would have thought in advance to carry around, I mean, well, you didn't have. Back then, you didn't have a smartphone in your pocket where you could play sounds from and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Santa's got to go.
I bring a boombox with me everywhere I went.
Santa.
It's me throwing up.
Santa, did you bring me something good for Christmas?
All right, let's go to another survey. We're doing Survey Says. So this survey asked, what are the most common passive-aggressive behaviors in the workplace?
Most common passive-aggressive behaviors in the workplace.
Mm-hmm. So I'll give you some examples. Talking behind a coworker's back.
Yes.
Complaints and resentment. Silent treatment.
Complaints and resentment. How is that passive aggressive?
I was going to ask the same question.
That's true.
That's flat out. That's direct. That's not passive aggressive.
Maybe it's complaints to management or something like that. You know, where you don't know about it. Where that.
If I went to Bill and
you
said,
don't directly complain to the person that's the problem.
Okay.
But I mean, a lot of businesses will encourage you to do that. To go to a superior first and not take on a coworker.
There's also silent treatment, sarcasm.
Now, who exactly was it that farted? Oh, it was me. Bazinga.
That was Roger's catchphrase.
He's a big fan of Big Bang Theory.
Oh, my God. Sarcasm and dishonesty was the last one. But
Such a lonely word.
I'd say talking behind coworkers' backs probably
the
top.
I always think in a face-to-face encounters for passive aggression.
Yeah, me
you know?
too. Like if you
Wow, you're almost good at this job.
if you're saying
Right.
stuff behind somebody's back, like that's not passive aggressive.
Yeah.
It's just passive.
It's just passive. Yeah,
This
exactly.
list is just things that happen at work.
Yeah.
You know what? You're right.
Yeah.
What are the top things that happen at work?
Yeah.
Talking behind coworkers' backs.
Complain about everything.
Silent treatment, sarcasm, dishonesty. But it happens. It's the kind of the human condition.
Since time began.
Yep.
You know, they were working at the vomitorium and they were talking behind each other's backs.
Do you remember we had this segment way back when that gossip started with cavemen.
Yes.
And because that led to you saying that a stegosaurus, you saw Og stick his finger in the stegosaurus's butt.
Og stuck finger in stegosaurus's butt. Don't tell Moop.
Moop. Saw it with my own eye.
I saw it. Totally saw it.
Moop.
That's one word I've never heard in the 25 years of doing this show. Moop. All right. So anyway, let's go to another survey. Well, we told you some of these are really, really stupid.
But that's it. So, but the funny thing is that these will get sent to us. We're actually following through on it because they get sent to us as show content. And we say, look at how horrible this is.
Well, and there's no way that we could just do one of these and say, hey, let's talk about this for a while. So, but you put a whole bunch of dumb ones together.
We've got dumb ones.
And I've saved these for months.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right. Now, this is actually legit. Okay.
Right.
So this is a survey addressed top non-academic skills that parents think that schools should teach kids.
Oh, all right. I have a thought about this, but go ahead.
There's only 3 on this, but feel free to add what you like. And number 1, we've talked about many times, financial literacy.
Yeah, they do teach that in school.
There are classes now. You're right.
They're electives. They're not required, but they are taught in schools.
Yeah, I think maybe this is more geared towards required. I don't know, but
so stuff you would find in the regular foundational curriculum.
Yeah,
but I would say yes. Learning how to manage money would be a wonderful thing and will serve you all the days of your life.
But the problem is you're teaching it to a demographic that could care less about it until it's time to actually care about it.
But still,
you know what I mean? Like,
at least there's a couple of things. If they can find a way to approach it.
That's it.
Yeah.
If they find the right way to approach it.
It might be, because I can type. I learned that in school, and that was something that I was like, oh, all right, I guess.
All right, so the other ones on this list are sewing and knitting.
Is that part of home?
That's home ec.
Wait, but we used to have that. I took that in school, in high
me
school.
too.
That was part of it. It was, you had, I forget what it's called, but we would bake.
Home ec.
Yeah.
Was it home ec? Yeah, okay. All right. So we would have
it's-
that half of the year and then sewing for half the year.
It's been under different names other than home economics, but
domestic engineering,
stuff like that.
Yeah. And
there
bukkake.
And bukkake is not.
I thought that was a German word for home ec.
No.
Are you going to tell me it's a Japanese word for something more disgusting?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Is that Japanese?
Yes, bukkake,
Okay.
yeah.
Sounds like.
And then the
If
last
you're doing
one
it right.
is internet safety.
Yes.
Yeah. They're starting to do that, though.
You know what? I would love to. I almost, with all of the pernicious aspects of this stuff with TikTok and things that kids are being driven to do, I see that, keeping them off that stuff for as long as you can, or at least regulating it, or being there as much to have oversight on what they're seeing.
It's a double-edged sword because it's a skill you do need to have.
And it's
not
also-
necessarily social media, but it's good to have a working knowledge of that.
Sure.
But being able to obviously navigate online and use the resources that are there.
I'm talking social media more.
Oh, okay, social media. Yeah, this
But-
just says internet safety.
Right,
So,
right. Make sure that you use the right login name on Pornhub.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Steve, to your point about social media, I saw, and this was what I was going to bring up earlier, Preston. I saw this report on NBC News the other night by Kate Snow, and it was The Science of Happiness. And it's a class that's being taught at Yale, and now it's working its way into different high school curriculums. And one of the things that they are teaching high school kids about happiness, and this isn't like, hey, I got into Yale, so I'm really happy. This is like finding contentment in life.
In
right?
life.
In life in general.
Right.
One of the keys to doing that, eliminating or vastly reducing the amount of time you spend on your phone and specifically on social media.
I can see that.
And so they interviewed this kid who was up to like 6, sometimes 7 hours a day just on social media, and he cut way back, and he's now into like meditation, and these are life skills, and it's a class that's being taught in high school, and it's having a profound effect on people's views and perception of and attainment of happiness.
There was a stat I saw about teenage adolescent girls, and the stat on depression.
Yep, saw that yesterday.
Huge.
Right.
huge.
And there are ways to teach avoiding that.
Yeah.
You know, it can be taught, and it can be taught in high school or middle school, and kids have a lot of pressure on them, and they always have. But I think that the pressure that a 16 or 17-year-old feels now is different in a lot of ways because of social media, because of time spent on phones, et cetera.
Maybe they spent more time like doing a Chuck Berry collage.
Right.
Something for school.
I had that stat somewhere. I may have put it in the Just Saying Institute, but which is not in here right now. It's in the other office.
Listen, you can only do so much for one show. We can only achieve a certain level of entertainment excellence.
No, that's true. I agree, and especially counseling at schools and stuff like that for people who are going through issues like that. I know I've seen some stories recently of some schools that want to cut those programs. Which I think is ridiculous. I think kids at that age need all the assistance they can get in coping with what is happening in their lives and where they're headed to and fears and all of that stuff. Oh, Marissa just brought me the Just Saying Institute.
Do you know what else, though? I would say some form of a finishing school, whatever you'd want to call it, yet learning common civility, manners, public interaction, how one conducts themselves in certain ways.
Absolutely. And patience and tolerance and stuff like that.
These kinds of things.
These things. So here you go. Yeah, the CDC, this is the Just Saying Institute.
Just on the left.
Yeah. Said that according to a new study, nearly 60% of high school girls in the U.S. Reported experiencing persistent sadness or hopelessness in 2021, marking a 60% increase in the past decade.
It's just
both boys and girls reported mental health challenges, but girls experienced record high levels of sexual violence, sadness, and suicide risk. In 2021, 57% of high school girls reported persistent feelings of sadness or hopelessness in the previous year, compared to 36% in 2011. Additionally, 30% reported seriously considering attempting suicide in 2021, up from 19% in 2011. It's crazy.
It's very sad.
It is.
Stop it.
Yep. And listen, you can point to one or two things, whatever thing that you think might be is the factor, but it's probably a combination of a whole lot of things.
A broad mosaic, as they say.
Yep, very much so. All right, so we'll go to another survey. We're kind of running out of time here, so let me see if I can find something light. Light to talk about here. Okay, this one's about entertainment. I have a lot of these here. I apologize. It says here, a survey of 2,000 U.S. adults, when it comes to entertainment, 68% have a TV show and movie list so long it's nearly impossible to get through. 73% have a list of shows and movies they've been meaning to watch, and 42% have failed to make it through their list. So I've started now writing down things.
Right.
That people suggest to me and setting, I've set a list aside. And
do you use the wish list functions on various streaming services?
On a couple of them,
you'll
yes.
click a star and it'll put it in your list.
But all of them are so. All the streaming services have their own little way to categorize these things, and sometimes it's confusing that I'd rather just keep a hard list written down, But then I forget what streaming service that shows
I put
on.
the streaming service next to it. I've started to ask people because I have a list too, and when they recommend something, Marissa just recommended something to me, and I was like, "Is it Netflix?" And she said, "Yeah." So I put it in my phone and then put Netflix next to it.
Right. So yeah, I've been there's. Shows on lists, and I eventually need to get to. I'm right now in exercise mode. I've kind of got lazy for a while, and what I need is when I'm doing some type of cardio is a television show to watch, and one that's got multiple seasons in it, that will keep me interested. And then I make a bargain with myself that I will only watch that while I'm exercising. So I watched all of Walking Dead, I watched all of Breaking Bad, all exclusively exercising. Right. And I just started Succession.
Oh, nice.
Like literally day before yesterday.
That's a good TV show.
And it's got several
Exercise show.
seasons, right?
Yeah. 3 and the next season's coming out very soon.
Yep. How many seasons have they had?
2, right? Yeah, so the third one's coming out.
Okay,
Yeah.
that'll work. That'll work for now. But I probably should use the wish list.
It probably works more for movies, and the Apple TV method of managing multimedia works very well. What the little icon with the actual Apple on the Apple TV, you go to that, and that sort of also Nick the Fire Cube, the Amazon device.
That thing's great.
Keeps track of everything very well.
It's season 4, Case.
Is this season 4?
And it's Preston comes out. Season 4 comes out Sunday, March 26th.
Okay. And speaking of shows, if you're not watching The Last of Us yet, wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah.
That's an amazing show that's out right now. Anybody want to add anything?
That's the one I'm most hooked on. But the show Evil on Paramount Plus, a couple of seasons, The X-Files meets sort of Constantine and, a dark realms, I guess, like paranormal.
Okay.
It's a weird show, but it's a cool show.
All righty.
Poker Face was fun too so far.
Yeah, we've been watching Poker Face as well. It's only 6 episodes.
That's it.
That is it.
I'm only 2 in.
Unless they're adding them as they're going along, but I think it's only 6. All told, and we've watched 4 of them. All right, anyhow.
Gunsmoke.
Yeah, I think Gunsmoke was one of the longest running. Dude, all right, I have a Gunsmoke story.
Yeah.
We used to play Trivial Pursuit.
Right.
All right, and I swear to God, there was one time we played like every other answer in several different categories was Gunsmoke. We're like, you've got to be kidding me. What the hell is this?
Gunsmoke
Apparently
was on
that
for
ran
what?
for like 50 years.
It was on for like 18 years. Nick,
Yeah,
can you check?
for the longest time, it was like the runningest TV program of all time.
Yeah.
And maybe The Simpsons beat it. I don't know.
Right, for sitcoms. So this was a drama, obviously.
Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke.
Bonanza.
20 seasons.
20.
James Arness, Miss Kitty, Dennis Weaver, who went on to play McCloud.
Wow.
And Duel, right?
Yes,
Dennis
Duel.
Weaver,
The Steven Spielberg movie.
Yes.
Yep.
And
by
there
Richard Matheson.
there are going to be 10 episodes of Poker Face.
Poker Face.
Listen, the badge is nothing to talk about, but so Poker Face.
Porker Face.
Porker Face.
What are you going to do?
Porker Face.
Porker Face.
You got to do nothing. You just sit there and yodel.
I got Poker Face wrong. I got it wrong in Quizzo the other night, and I was so mad at myself.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and it was the Quizzo question was this new show on Peacock has the same name as a Lady Gaga song, and I just missed it.
Did you say Shallow?
No,
Shiloh.
Shiloh, yeah.
All right. Well, anyhow.
Bad Romance. What did you answer?
I don't know. Andrea wrote something.
Porker Face.
Yeah, Porker Face. Yeah, we were way off.
All right. That's it. Now we'll wrap up Survey Says. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment. We have some bizarre foul stories. They are up next, so stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
What's new?
We'll take a break and we'll be right back. Steve sent over a link. It is from Cosmopolitan magazine. Cosmo.
Cosmo is my my magazine.
That's your jam?
Yeah,
You're a
it's
Cosmo
how
reader?
it helps me pick my outfits on a daily basis.
And
I'm a Cosmo girl.
the article is titled 65 Fun and Cheap Dates That'll Put Dinner and a Movie to Shame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? We don't have to spend anything. Let's just stay here.
So do you want me to go through a few of these?
Some are actually
Some are okay.
some are okay.
Some are silly.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's
I mean, there's 65 of them. They had to fill up a lot. Fun, cheap date ideas to put dinner and a movie to shame.
yeah, sometimes it won't put movie and a dinner to shame, but let's go through it. Let's see what we got.
Go to an open house.
I love this. I do this. You do this?
We can date, Steve.
Yeah, we could. Let's go ahead.
Yeah, that's fun, and you get to see what people live like and what they have in their medicine cabinets.
I am nosy as F when it, like at night when I walk around and people's houses are lit up. I'm looking in windows.
Right.
I'm going inside.
Nick, what kind of panties they have?
Sure, yeah.
Thank you.
What's under the bed?
Go to a coffee shop and read together.
No,
that's
I'm out.
ridiculous.
These are the worst suggestions I've ever heard.
You do,
First two were
Kathy. You do
okay.
every one of these.
Go to an open house?
Yeah, that's your thing.
Loser.
Yeah.
Okay. Go to a coffee shop and read together.
Look at this. Look at this picture. So they have them reading together. Do me a favor. If you see me doing that with my wife, come up behind us and put 2 bullets in our head.
What we're looking at is 2 people reading the same book at the same time.
Are you done with this page yet? I finished ahead of you. Let's go home and bake.
That would end in a fight.
Yes, it would.
Hey, Stevie Wonder, why did you take a crack at speeding it up a bit?
Go to a dog park together. It says yes, even if you don't have a dog.
That's crazy.
Listen, the other folks wanted me to come over and ask, what are you doing here? We think you're perverts. Dog parks are fun. There's Pretzel Park right in Manayunk, has a lovely little dog park. And, there's a big statue of a pretzel.
Okay. Here we go. Do face masks together.
You mean like Halloween or
No,
beauty masks?
It says everyone cares about their skin.
This sounds like things to force your boyfriend to do with you.
That's what I'm hearing. Throw a party where your guests BYOB.
That's
a lot of work. That's not a date.
That's not a date.
That's
It's
not a date.
stupid.
Start binge watching a new show together. That's
kind of
what
obvious.
that's at home.
Yeah, that's standard.
Here we go. Do a puzzle together.
Oh, no. No. I hate puzzles.
Well, I'm okay with this one.
Are you?
Yeah, puzzles are fun.
Let's do a puzzle.
There was a while where we had just like a puzzle on the table that was whenever you wanted to go over and work on it, it was there.
Gosh. That is like a nightmare for me. That's a mess on a table that stays and doesn't leave.
You should have seen her face. She's rolling her eyes.
It's almost like the "Are we having sex?" face. Ew.
Pre-sneeze.
Kathy, the perfect puzzle to get if Dennis ever makes you get a puzzle to do is make sure that when it's put together it spells out "I want a divorce."
Seriously.
So that just looks like a mess to you.
I kind of agree. That's why I hate puzzles. There's always a piece missing.
Have you ever gone to a psychologist to check to see if you're OCD or?
No, I haven't.
Wait right here, Miss Romano. I need to go into the other room.
I've not officially been diagnosed.
All right.
I know that I've actually had the the therapist did the ADD stuff on me, and I have a whole bunch of things working.
Yeah, we would leave a puzzle laying out on the table, and the whole family could work on it from time to time. You could do it on your own, or everybody
throw
would
it
kinda
out.
sit there and we worked on it together. And it's fun.
It's not necessarily date activity. It's
Kathy-
more family activity.
Yeah, it's not a date activity.
I would do this into the garbage.
Seriously, I'm just thinking, this has been here for a month. Is anyone going to finish the puzzle?
Mommy's so much fun. How come these balloons were not inflated?
How about this? Take a bunch of personality quizzes together.
Oh, that'll be great.
Won't that be fun?
You are a little obsessive. What did you say? Well, you never complete a jigsaw puzzle.
By the way, these are 65 great cheap first date ideas. Go on a guided tour together. Nick, you had mentioned that one. Here we go. Wake up ass early and watch the sunrise together.
No.
Thank you. Make breakfast for dinner. That can be fun. That's good for a family. No, Casey says.
Hey, look, we're having cereal.
Oh.
That's not crazy. Normally associated with breakfast, but we're having it now. It's over, isn't it?
It's over.
Go for a run.
Go for a run.
That's not a date.
I'm going to go for a run, and I'm not going to stop.
That's exercise. See a movie at an off time.
Let's go at 4 o'clock.
Like,
isn't that crazy? We're living on the edge. It's over, isn't it?
I have some cereal in the car.
It's over, isn't it?
Keep running.
The next guest's film is not premiering until November 21st, but if you had partaken upon all these movies that are available, you would have gotten to see his movie last night because there was a screening of it.
Yes.
And we are happy to have him back in our studio yet again, and he's brought you so many great films in one way, shape, or the other over the years. Up in the Air, Thank You for Smoking, Juno, Whiplash, just to name a few. And now, here to talk about the front runner, we have Mr. Jason Reitman. Hey. Good to see you again, man.
It's good to see you. I just really feel bad for your audience that, they were listening to all these great stories about sex injuries, and then you're like, let's talk about art film, guys.
Well, this way we can say, hey, look, we're well-rounded, and this gives it credibility. Even if we're not well-rounded, we give the illusion of being well-rounded.
I almost buy it.
Congratulations on this. There's a lot of buzz over the movie, which is called Front Runner. It's the story of Gary Hart's run towards the presidency and the beginning of a I think, and as you rightly point out, and I've read interviews with you about the film, it was sort of a flashpoint for when news became tabloid and things that used to sort of like in the Kennedy years, the press sort of said, you got your personal thing, we'll cover it to some extent, and then, or even before, there were some things that just were not. Let's focus on the politics, and this is what we're here to talk about. But then it became something wholly other. And I remember as the Gary Hart story was unfolding, and it just now, of course, we have a multitude of news sources, but the country was focused. And so, in 1 week, a guy who looked like he was going to be the next president, it just came crashing down.
When I heard the story, I just thought, oh, here is a thread that leads us to 2018. When we try to imagine, all right, when does this moment start? When does tabloid journalism drive into the lane of political journalism? Here you have the story that is this kind of great pH test that reflects both sides of the audience.
Politics always surfaces in movies if it's done right because it's compelling. It can be very compelling, and The Candidate is a perfect example.
I have a tattoo from another movie of the same director.
What is it?
It's from Downhill Racers. The poster from Downhill Racers. So I am
awesome.
I'm really nerdy. Yeah.
That's very cool. So, but is that in fact the case?
It's not cool, but I appreciate that. But anyhow, look. It became this way to kind of understand today, and it's this thriller of a movie that touches on gender politics, that touches on the relationship between journalists and candidates, and that line between where our public life becomes our private life.
Right.
Before we got on this conversation, we were talking off air. We're headed to London tomorrow. What should we do while we're in London?
Are any of you guys Harry Potter fans?
Oh,
100%.
Yeah, Nick is massive fan.
Okay,
we're all fans.
They took the 2 stages where they shot the film at Leavesden in London, and they've turned it into this Harry Potter experience. And look, I'm a cynical guy, right? Like, I may thank you for smoking. That's who I am. But I filled with positive glee walking through the Harry Potter experience.
Really?
They have everything. They've like broken it down to like every one that was built, every set that was built, how they did the characters. You have butterbeer. It's sincerely magical.
Is it one of those things you got to get tickets way in advance for, do you think? Or
all right, I'm going to be a tool right now.
You pulled strings.
I just called someone at Warner Brothers. But
son of a bitch.
So first become a famous filmmaker, then call your connection at Warner Brothers.
We're close friends with Jason Reitman.
My rule is always first be born the son of a famous director.
Okay.
And then everything will just line up perfectly.
What if you're a producer on a radio show in Philadelphia and you have a guest who's been to this thing? Can you ask that person to ask somebody for something?
Live on the air, of course you can ask.
WWE is in town, Monday Night Raw, and we want to welcome to our studio gentlemen who will be there, ladies and gentlemen. Elias is with us this morning.
Thank you. Hello, I am Elias.
Nice to see you, sir. Is this your intro music or?
No, so this was a song off of my debut EP album that came out. It was one of 4 songs that I released. It's called Walk With Me. Went all the way up the charts on iTunes, beat out Taylor Swift and Post Malone, Panic at the Disco, the whole thing.
That's just amazing.
Nice.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
I'm going to turn this up a little bit. Hang on.
But I know where you're gonna be. You're lost in this crazy world, searching for your destiny.
Very bluesy and soulful and kind of dark. And
that sums me up really well right there, man.
Very
Yeah,
Johnny Cash-esque, too.
Very much so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
That's cool, but also it gives you an advantage, too, because you can smash guitars over people, too.
It is. It's very nice to have that weapon with. Exactly.
And this is you playing guitar as well?
Yeah, there's actually a nice, we don't have to get to it, but a cool guitar solo coming up that I also did. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's all me.
Hey, you know what? With that, and obviously, wrestling is your trade. It's where you make your money. But you also want to have a music career. Are you careful with your hands when you're in the ring?
Yeah, of course, man. I don't want anybody to target these things. You know what I'm saying? I make my money in the ring, but also with these.
It's your cottage industry. Well, you have Chris Jericho and Fozzy.
Yeah, sure.
So,
yeah.
I mean, this is not.
He's the singer, though. I don't think he plays any instrument. As far as I could tell, I don't think Chris Jericho plays any instruments. So
Right. But I mean, they've got some good traction. It's not out of the realm of possibility.
Oh, no, no, Fozzie's doing great, man. All over the world, those guys.
With the WWE, it's all about the marketing and the fans enjoying it and getting everybody out there to have a good time. You talk about the different people that come out. I was at a Raw event one time, and there was this woman, like it seemed like in her 70s, going ape-ass. I mean, the age range is astonishing.
Sure.
Who comes out to you? But who would you describe as the core Elias fan?
Man, I mean, a core Elias fan is anybody that believes that WWE stands for Walk with Elias.
There you go.
That's all that
Walk
matters
with
to
Elias.
me, man. That's all that matters to me. And the world screams it at me every week when I tell them. So, I gotta say, man, people come, they let loose, they let go, they just enjoy the show, and nothing's more enjoyable than an Elias performance.
How long have you been wrestling with the WWE now?
So I've been in the company for a little over 4 years, and I've been on Monday Night Raw for, I gotta say, maybe a year and a half now. Something about that.
Is that when it steps up to the next level? Because I assume there are certain levels of WWE.
Absolutely, yeah. Monday Night Raw is
WMMR.
All right, why don't we get some stories here, folks? We got Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by the Philadelphia Fishing Show. It's coming to the Expo Center in Oaks, February 17th through the 19th. You can get the best deals on all your fishing needs and more. Visit phillyfishingshow.com. So I'll start, why not, with this story. A carpenter has been urged to close down his shop and turn his workshop into a place of pilgrimage after discovering the face of Jesus peering back in him from a kitchen cupboard.
Wow.
Oh, and it looks just like Jesus.
I'm sure. They usually do.
No, actually, and I showed it to Casey. I go, look at this, and he goes, it's Bigfoot. So, which is true.
It looks like Bigfoot.
Furniture maker Matt Ashcombe was putting an oil-based finish on the inside of a cupboard that he had been working on when he spotted the face of the Son of God staring back at him from the knots in the window. The 51-year-old was putting the lacquer onto the ash double-door shaker cupboard to lift the detail in the grain on Thursday when the face emerged. An image shows a clearly defined eyes, nose, mustache, beard, and trademark flowing locks.
Dear Jesus, am I using the right lacquer?
Matt, who specializes in bespoke kitchens, immediately took a picture of it and sent it to family and friends who were stunned by the likeness. After sharing,
Stunned?
Yeah, the picture on...
He's such an idiot.
On social media.
I'm stunned that we are related to such a moron.
It went viral, racking up 1,300 likes and some comments.
Well, to be honest, I've seen some Jesus imagery that does look... that's in the ballpark. This that I saw does not look... It looks like Bigfoot. You're right.
It looks like pictures that have been drawn of Jesus, not necessarily...
What Jesus actually looked like, because nobody really knows.
Right.
Exactly. Thank you. But nonetheless, Matt has been flooded with people agreeing with the likeness, but also suggested either looks like William Shakespeare, Chewbacca, or Bigfoot. So you be the judge.
Put Bigfoot in the manger.
This is a strange little story. A romance novelist has gone missing 2 weeks before she's set to appear in court over parking in the middle of a road and engaging in a police chase. Felina Hopkins is her name, a 52-year-old who apparently, I didn't know this, made waves when she successfully trademarked the word cocky in 2018. So she was able to successfully trademark the word
cocky?
Yeah.
Wow.
She had already trademarked boo.
So she has not been seen for more than 10 days, her friend said. On January 27th, she was confronted by police when the National Park Service officer said that she was parked in the road at Grand Teton National Park. Hopkins fled and took police on a 24-mile police chase.
Pretty cocky.
That ended when they used spike strips to deflate her tires. She's set to appear in court on the 28th on charges of stopping or parking in the middle of the roadway, speeding and fleeing from police, but hasn't been seen since January 30th.
I think I want to read some of her work.
That was the day that she was released from jail in Teton County, Wyoming. Although she listed Jackson as her home city, the county jail listed her as a resident of Seattle. So it's just a strange,
pretty loony,
weird little story.
How do you trademark a word that common?
I do not know.
Right.
And then I'm curious how
it's just
she
one
was
word, too.
Successful to do that. Yeah, exactly.
Like, ready to rumble, that's a phrase.
Exactly.
You can do that.
Yeah. Different than saying, like vacation.
Yeah.
I'm going to trademark the word
vacation.
Vacation, but she managed to do it with cocky. Here's a story out of Pennsylvania. Police were alerted when a father and their child discovered what they thought was discarded human remains in a creek in Wyoming County. Police were dispatched to a creek along State Route 307 where two people found what they thought were human remains in a bag when they walked down to retrieve a ball from a creek. And at the scene, police say a black plastic bag with an extremely lifelike human foot sticking out of it was discovered. The foot was said to be highly detailed, complete with a French manicure.
Oh, my God.
Pennsylvania State Police were called to the scene, whereupon opening the bag, the remains in question were determined to be an anatomically correct sex doll.
They can be very expensive.
By the way, do they do French manicures on toes?
On sex dolls?
Is that common?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Sure, a lot of people do that.
Police say that in any situation involving a potential body found, state police are called due to the larger amount of resources available to them. By the way, I totally dropped the ball on this. There was a guy, and it was even, I think it might have been before Camp Out for Hunger, but he's a photographer, and he photographs for real dolls.
Oh, no
Like,
kidding.
He takes those pictures for advertisements and stuff like that.
Is he a listener?
For real, he is, and he wanted to bring one by here.
Oh, we need to do that.
And I said, I've always wanted to see one of those things in person. I need to reach back out.
Yeah,
to him.
yeah.
I will try and do that.
They're up there.
Oh, they're like
thousands.
They're like 5 figures.
Yeah,
I think. It's ridiculous how much people will spend on those things. All right, so a bill that would make it easier for people in Wyoming to consume alcohol while doing things like throwing axes, darts, and chicken roping.
What?
Is only one step away from reaching Governor Mark Gordon's desk. I have never heard of chicken roping before. Have you guys?
I'm trying to think of like
chicken.
I'm trying to think of what that would actually be, chicken roll, because I just think of lassoing.
I think that's kind of what it is. I don't know, Nick. Can you look up what chicken roping is, please?
That's exactly what it is.
Oh my God,
You're
it's
lassoing a running chicken?
Yeah.
Okay.
It seems kind of unnecessary.
Senate File 13 would make entertainment-based businesses in Wyoming eligible for a bar and grill liquor license, and these businesses have to compete with other businesses for retail liquor license.
Hold on a second. We're watching.
I'm watching video of this right now.
Well, this video
Yeah.
that's up here, Preston, the guy says, they're translating, this is the first chicken I ever caught it.
Okay, caught
You
it.
say caught it, huh?
The expansion will benefit entertainment businesses that provide activities like chicken roping, golf simulators, and axe throwing, and derive at least 60% of their revenue from food or entertainment. So, chicken roping.
I'm not a fan.
Yeah, I
and I'll
can
tell you
imagine.
also, the chickens seem terrified here.
Well, of course they are. Yeah, they're running away from these guys.
These stupid idiots.
And they're trying to lasso them. So I guess that's, and I would think that they can get injured doing something
Open a
like
chicken.
that. And they're doing this. Right?
Investigate this.
There you go. That's one. Wyoming for you.
Sorry, Preston. Do you have another story?
Yes, I have more, but do you want to?
Well, I just I also Googled how do you trademark a word, and there's a really long, complicated but fascinating article that I was just reading through about this author that's gone missing and how she trademarked the word cocky, and she did. And some people in the romance novel industry had to retroactively change the title of their books because she trademarked that word.
No.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Yeah, there's an article on Vox if you want to look
We
it up.
live in a world where that and chicken roping can happen.
Yeah.
Right. All right, one last story. It's a short one. This one's for Kathy, and this is in Texas. A pair of goats managed to get into a Target store in the city of Spring, just north of Houston, on Wednesday. According to the Harry County Constable, Mark Herman, a deputy responded to Target after receiving a report of the 2 goats wandering through the store. Damnedest thing he'd ever seen.
And I'm in that Target every other day going to take a cup of goats.
It's unclear where the goats came from. The animals were safely contained, and they were taken to Harris County Animal Livestock. So they got them out of there. And there you go. That's the last thing in the bizarre file. All right, Kath, we need a winner for a secret text word. You got a number caller that we can get?
14.
All right, 14th caller, 215-263 WMMR. You are going to need to know the secret text word in order to win. So let's have you do that. We have those ghost tickets up for grabs. Show doesn't even go on sale till Friday, by the way. And we'll grab a random text, too, and give away a pair in that manner, too. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
All 93.3 WMMR.
Your smart speaker
Tens of thousands in attendance, whatever it may be.
It's amazing.
How hard do you have to work as a performer to build a fan base?
So for me, it's been pretty natural progression from where I was in NXT, which was our kind of, our where you are right before Monday Night Raw, before SmackDown and stuff like that. So I was starting to build something there, and then when I exploded on the Monday Night Raw, the world got to see kind of who I am and what it is, and you build an audience from that point on. So for some people, it comes very natural. Others, it's very difficult, but that's all part of the game.
Well, you wrestled the independent circuit for a while, right?
Yeah, I was on the independents for a few years before I got scooped up by the WWE, probably about 4 years, yeah.
Listen, what you do, there's injuries are part of the deal. And, I've been ringside, and his blood's not fake. You guys get, you'll get your asses kicked sometimes.
No, yeah.
But there are people in place to make sure that you're taken care of. How lawless and unchecked is the independent circuit, and when you're just working your way up? I mean,
Well, I mean, you're gonna come across all different kinds of things. Not only when it comes down to the performers, maybe not being as trained as they should be, or things like that.
That's what I'm thinking. Guys who don't know what they're doing can really,
But you've got rings, and that might not be up to quality.
Sure.
The thing said, though, I mean, the level we're at, people get hurt, man. I mean, I could tell you. I myself, it just was a random situation in Nashville a few years ago. I had a guy come off the top rope, land on the side of my shin, and snap my tibia.
You're a bit of a renaissance man, and not just the music, but you're an artist as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, I do a little bit of it all. I play all different instruments. I wrestle. I paint, of course. Guess you're pulling up my
It's
Instagram.
pretty damn good, man.
I found one. It's very Bob Ross-ish.
Yes.
I'm looking at one that's which is beautiful, and Bob Ross kind of gets I guess chucked aside, but he did some wonderful things. And
he was Muay Thai, Preston. He fought in the octagon. Yeah, absolutely.
I had no idea. Is this stuff that you do do you have time to do this while you're on the road, or do you gotta do that at home?
So if I have any time at home, that's it. And it's Bob Ross, the same style as Bob Ross, which is the oil painting and things like that, which I love. And yeah, so that is if I have any kind of free time. It's just another creative outlet for me, but definitely not painting on the road. That would be nice.
Well, dude, if you can smash a guitar over people, imagine you bring in that little paint spatula that he would use. You just jab it into someone's throat.
Damage,
yeah, you could all
that's right, yeah.
paint brushes and stuff. That'd be cool.
I have to ask tonight, will Miss Rousey be part of the show?
Ronda Rousey will be in the house tonight. Nice. She'll be at Philly. I'm not sure what she's doing. She's got some issues going on with the Bella twins after last week.
It was sort of brutal.
Called them a bunch of untrustworthy bitches, I think.
I believe those were her words. Exactly.
It didn't sound good.
I love her. Yeah. I have such a crazy crush on her. It's ridiculous.
Ronda?
Yeah.
She's fantastic, man. She's come into WWE. She's lit the place on fire. And above all else, she walks with Elias, so I'm a big fan of hers.
All right.
And Elias, it seems that she did the right thing. You come in. She didn't come in. She didn't come in like. Well, I'm entitled. She earned the audience a bit and did her deal. Correct.
Well, you know what? She's shown the world, aside from her amazing background, right? She's shown them that she is passionate about what we do also.
Yeah.
And it's, if you could be real on TV, the fans, the people, they will see that, they will feel that, and they'll either connect to you or they won't, man. So, and I think she's just been real and she's been true to herself, and that's just a huge key in what we do.
I have to ask, when it's all going down, when the production's on and you're it's the cameras are rolling, because there's cameras backstage as well and stuff like that. Is it now such a machine that there's no here go, or is there ever you're running around is it pandemonium behind the curtains there as you're putting on the whole show?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
No, I mean in other words, as you're getting everything ready, as you're doing the because there's a backstage area.
Like preparing for the show.
Right, yeah.
It's different every single time you show up, man. You know what I mean? It's just it's a machine, and then it's the human element. You know what I mean? And they're coming together, and you got to make a big show. So there's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
It's several hours long, so you guys, it's a long day of work for everybody, especially the crew, the people that puts all that stuff together and make sure that everything runs properly. But when you're waiting for your match, when you're backstage, wherever they have you guys set up, are you watching what's going on, or do you just wait till your show?
No,
till it's
I'll be
showtime?
honest with you, man. I'll keep an eye on what's going on,
Okay.
but usually I'm in the back. I'm playing guitar, just kind of getting in my own mind as to whatever I got to do for my performance tonight. You know, sometimes I like to take a pre-performance nap.
Yeah.
If I can, get in the right mindset.
Yeah.
Or, you know,
I knew I
sit
liked you.
sit tease to get my voice ready. You know, whatever it may be, I'm doing my own thing.
Great to meet you. Thanks for coming by here.
You got it.
Have fun tonight. WWE Raw tonight. A team of researchers from the UK and Spain has found evidence showing that, contrary to popular belief, the orgasm face is not the same as the pain face.
I think they're different.
Yes.
I would think that my O face is different than a pain face.
The researchers created a computer program to mimic a wide variety of gender-neutral facial expression. And they started with mathematical models that have been developed for animating faces, and it included a core set of 42 movements representing different parts of the face.
Jesus, this is a scary... These computer renderings are pretty horrifying.
Aren't they? They're weird looking.
They're terrifying.
So in this research, they asked 80 adults, half male, half female, to determine if the expressions showed orgasm, pain, or something else. They used the results to build better models and then asked another 104 people to assess the simulated facial expressions. The researchers found a clear distinction between perceptions of pain and pleasure. Most of the volunteers agreed on which was which, but there was more to the study. The volunteers had also been divided into two cultural groups, half from Western cultures and half from Asian cultures. Both groups saw clear differences between orgasmic faces and pained faces, but they differed markedly in what they saw as the face of a person experiencing an orgasm.
So we're looking at 4 computer-generated faces here. It looks like they're at a Dane Cook show. They're just smiling and sort of chuckling.
Those from here's how it played out. Those from Western cultures tended to choose wide-eyed expressions with gaping mouths.
Yeah.
Asian volunteers, on the other hand, chose smiling faces with tightened lips. This is really great.
It sounds like a bowel movement. All right. Well, what do you imagine, if you can, for me? What would you imagine your face looks like?
Oh God, I don't want to know.
I think I'm kind of like, you know, like, you know what I'm saying?
I think I have I think I have an open mouth.
Do you like wide open? Really?
Oh, something like that.
It's so funny that you have no interest in seeing your own face.
No, my God.
But seeing
people who videotape themselves having sex. No. Are you kidding me?
But seeing your partner's face, seeing your girlfriend's face, or your wife's face, like that's a turn on, though. Like I am turned off by my own face.
I think I look like Bogart.
Somebody texts and says, "O faces look the same as pre-sneeze faces."
Yeah. 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 A little bit. Yes.
I'm making my pre-sneeze face. No, I don't. There's no way I look like that.
Maybe you
Let
do.
me see your pre-sneeze face, Casey. Stop it.
Do it again.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna make you sneeze so hard.
Sneeze all over your face.
I'm gonna sneeze all over your face.
Oh, that's so gross.
Sorry, just sneezed on your back.
God, I'm gonna sneeze all over your face.
Kathy, there's a question for you. What would
Sneeze
you
on my
rather
face.
have
I'm
all
gonna
over your
sneeze you a pearl necklace.
Sneeze
I
on
think
my
the
face.
sneeze face might be accurate.
Really?
A little bit.
I
yeah.
purposely didn't ask
Yeah,
them.
all right,
Yeah, I want to see your pre-sneeze face,
All right,
please.
hold on,
All right, I know you're laughing.
Yeah.
Serious.
This is Kathy's orgasm face.
Second.
Do you think Guppies is still open?
Oh my God.
What time does Target.com close?
Oh my God, will this ever end? I'm so hungry.
Target.com?
That closes?
Last week, well, I already said that.
No, do it again.
Tell us the golf ball story again.
Do it again with a British accent.
No.
What?
The first North American. The first North American tour. Oh my God.
November, December, January, February.
But then a young ingenue came in to turn everything around. Kathy Romano stars in Let's Go to Guppies. Starring Bill Weston as the program director who hates her mentioning Guppies all the time.
She had 2 babies.
Okay.
God, that's a Dawson's Creek.
Oh, yeah.
She had another hit, didn't she? Where Have All the Cowboys Gone? Was that the other?
Paula Cole?
Was that Paula Cole or
Have all the Cowboys gone?
I remember that song. I wasn't sure if that was her or not. Nick, you'll have to look that up. I did like some of her stuff.
She had hairy pits. Do you remember that?
Yeah. She
That was a big thing.
She was.
I thought that was her father.
That was her father, Harry Pitch.
I'm a private detective. Have you heard about my girl?
17 minutes after 10. The Preston and Steve Show. It might be once in a lifetime that we see 65 degrees on February 15.
This is making Winter Shorts Guy this year very easy to pull off.
You picked the right year to really dive into that, Steve, because we have yet to have, and I'm, I'm not. I don't think I'm
Knock whatever.
jinxing or anything like that, but we have not had. We've had zero major snowfall, none.
Yeah,
zero this year.
And the Kathy, you brought up that the original sort of forecast was for 2 dusting events.
Right? Yeah. That's what they
yeah.
were saying on 6 ABC. And speaking of them. Karen Rogers said this morning that the temperature, like in weeks to come, the temperatures are going to dip back down. She thinks it is going to get colder, which would be good for Cardboard Classic.
Absolutely.
That's what we need. Yeah, because up there, they'll, at the montage, they'll be able to, they may very well have. I don't know, or making it, I don't know.
2 weeks from this Friday? Is that when it is?
Yep.
Yeah, 2 weeks from this Friday, I know.
Better dip down quick.
Yeah,
it'll get there. I'm so excited for all the peripheral stuff that is on top of the event, all the things that are coming through, the concerts and stuff like that. It's terrific. It couldn't come back in a better way.
Speaking of concerts, we have a secret text word prize to give away, and we're going to see if we can indeed get a winner. We were looking for caller number 14, and that happens to be Brendan. Hey, Brendan, good morning.
Hey, morning, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Our pleasure, sir. You win if you tell me what the secret text word. What is it?
I received a word that said Papa earlier, as in Papa Emeritus.
There you go. And that is correct. And that's the perfect reference. Brendan, hang on the line. We got you tickets to go and see the band Ghost Friday, August 25th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. And we have a random texter. Casey said I was going to have fun with this last name. Let's see if I can get this. And it's in Connor's handwriting to boot. Caitlin Kluskowitz.
Kluskowitz.
Yeah, there you go. Caitlin Kluskowitz, who is from Downingtown, PA, got tickets to this too. And if you have information that you want to know about the show coming up, a Ghost or any other concert, complete details at WMMR.com. So go for it. All right, lesson question. We're going to move on to that. We are going to give away as a prize today a 4-pack of tickets for the Philadelphia Fishing Show. There's too many good ones today. I think I'm going to go with this. What is Steve's new cave person name? 215-263-WMMR. I think it was Og, and then Steve made up this other name. Never heard this before. 215-263-WMMR. If you know the answer, call, and while you call, we'll do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Living Essentials. Remember college? 5-Hour Energy got you through the energized feeling you relied on back when it then still works today. Rediscover 5-Hour Energy, and it'll get you through again. Visit 5hourenergy.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Michael Douglas, who stars in Ant-Man Quantumania, says he would consider returning for a 4th movie as long as he can die. Producers are up for it, but admit that with Douglas closing in on 80, nature might beat them to the punch.
Oh, my God.
Chris Brown praising former girlfriend Rihanna on her Super Bowl halftime performance. Brown posted and then quickly deleted an awkward tweet that read, "When it comes to raw talent, Rihanna can't be beat."
Oh.
Hey!
No.
It just didn't work. And finally, this is unbelievable. King Charles will reportedly be wearing almost $4 billion worth of clothing and jewelry for his upcoming coronation.
Wow.
Apparently, one of the priciest items will be a pair of ruby-encrusted Crocs.
What?
And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, to the phones we go to see if we can find the answer to this question. What's Steve's new cave person name? 215-263-WMMR. It's John that we're going to go to. Hi, John. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, John, do me a favor and tell me Steve's new cave person name, please.
Is it Moop?
Moop. That is correct, John. Moop is right, and we are going to give you a 4-pack of tickets for the Philadelphia Fishing Show. It's coming to the Expo Center in Oaks this weekend, February 17th through the 19th. You can get the best deals on all of your fishing needs, boats, RVs, and more. So check them out, and their 5,000-gallon aquarium full of local freshwater game fish. And stop by the trout fishing pond on site. Tickets and info at phillyfishingshow.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Bam.
All right, and it is brought to you by the Philly Fishing Show, which is going to the Expo Center in Oaks this weekend, 17th through the 19th. You can get the best deals on all your fishing needs and more. Visit phillyfishingshow.com. I only have two quick things there's not much here. Two quick things in music news. Van Halen fans are set for a treat with the recently released book called Tone Chaser, Understanding Edward, My 26-Year Journey with Edward Van Halen. The tome by musician and friend and journalist Steve Rosen chronicles the pair's relationship between 1977 and 2003. In addition to major in-depth chats with Eddie over the course of his most important years creatively, Rosen is able to paint a vivid picture of life on the road, hanging out, recording at 5150, and just simply existing in the rarefied air that Eddie Van Halen lived and breathed.
So when it came to, bands on the road and stories of debaucherous sort of, overindulgence, Van Halen wasn't known to be too much of that, right?
They were hard drinkers.
Yeah.
They were definitely known as that. The whole
they weren't hotel room destroying.
Yeah, that had kind of passed a little bit at that point. I mean, there were still definitely hardcore partiers, and what came after that were the sex parties, and then you had bands like AC/DC and Def Leppard that kind of held the mantle for that.
The sex parties.
But they were hard drinkers, and they were the ones that came up with the no brown M&Ms,
right? In the rider.
So there were some things, but yeah, they weren't
like I just don't remember a legend of them being unhinged.
Right. Yeah. But I'll bet there's some stories. Behind the scenes for sure. So this should be interesting. We'll see how that book is received. And then one other thing, 80s icons Genesis and Sting topped Forbes' recent list of highest paid entertainers. The recently reunited Genesis raked in a cool $230 million thanks to the cash windfall that their last Domino reunion tour brought in, although it seems to not include the recent sale of their collective publishing, which would crank it even further up.
Huge, yeah.
Yeah.
So one of my favorite bands.
Number one was Genesis, followed by Sting, who came in second with $210 million. Third was Tyler Perry. Then you had Trey Parker and Matt Stone fourth. James L. Brooks and Matt Groening fifth. It's his birthday today, by the way, Matt Groening. Brad Pitt was sixth on the list. Highest paid entertainers of the year.
Well, he's also a producer.
Number 7 is the Rolling Stones. Number 8 is James Cameron. Number 9, Taylor Swift. And rounding out the top 10 was Bad Bunny.
Wow.
With making $88 million.
That's heavy duty.
A lot of money to be had.
The fact that, I love Genesis, but at the top of this list, I would not have guessed that.
Yeah.
The other day, Preston, you had the box office for the weekend, and it occurred to me afterwards, James Cameron had 2 in the top 10 because they re-released Titanic.
Yeah, right.
So
Titanic
and Avatar were both out in the top 10.
So the top, currently top 5 highest grossing or top 10 highest grossing movies, how many are Cameron's?
There's 3.
3, yeah.
Yeah, with Titanic and then the 2 Avatar movies.
Looking at this, does it seem sports, like the high super duper sports stars make more money than maybe some of the entertainers do?
I think the highest paid athlete was Cristiano Ronaldo last year.
I think you're right, yeah.
Some boxers, like Floyd Mayweather, was making a ton of money for a few years.
What would you put a ballpark for Cristiano?
200 mil, something like that.
And then the celebrity boxing earnings of Tanya Harding.
Oh, look at that. I hit it right on the nose there.
There you go.
Cristiano Ronaldo, 200 million.
Okay, so Sting made $210 million.
Wow.
So he did a little better, and he was in second place. But Genesis, that's a why a whole band, so I don't quite
they
count
have to
that.
break it up and everything.
Exactly, it's the same. Yeah, so... All right, anyhow, that's it. That's all I have. Music news for
It was
you.
damn good.
Thanks, man, for a short one.
Well done.
Appreciate
There
it.
are no
Thank you.
small
Stop it.
reports.
No, that's enough of that. No, please. Yeah, no more, please. All right, anyway. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second, and we'll get ready to wrap it up. The whole thing. Wrapping it up. Letter of the Day, Word of the Week prize. When we get back, stay with us.
And Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
For 2 years, it disappeared.
The sky like a pearl in a bottle of Prel.
What?
You remember that commercial?
No.
So random.
Nick Stevens has singles or releases or music video.
Where have all the Cowboys gone?
Yeah.
Yeah, Paula Cole. What am I looking up now?
It was the kind of yellow you'd see on an office window where people smoked a lot.
I didn't see the title at the top. I just thought that was the Paula Cole page. So yes, Steve,
Right.
she did indeed do.
Thank you.
Where have all the cowboys gone?
I'm out.
You're out.
It's Friday, late Friday.
It is. It was late Friday.
It was late Friday. I ate all over, except I just won a marathon. Kathy came into the office. Told me she'd made reservations at Guppy. Bill came in, prattling on, something about third leg of the stool.
Can't take it, man. Oh. This is his directorial debut for the film Wildlife. Please welcome back to our studio after 6 years, Mr. Paul Dano. This morning. Good to see you, Paul.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. We appreciate it. Listen, so your directorial debut, and also you wrote the screenplay or co-wrote the screenplay. Going into this, what kind of expectations did you set for yourself? That's a big, big, big project.
Yeah, it is. And honestly, directing is such a long journey and such a big experience. I think you're just sort of setting expectations one step at a time.
Okay.
So honestly, at first, you're just trying to write a good script and set yourself up with a foundation that you can feel good on. Then you're just like trying to get the actors to say yes. Then you're just like trying to get the money.
And we're talking years and years, and we're talking about what, about like 4 years?
I would say so. I read a book called Wildlife by Richard Ford, who's an incredible American writer.
Right.
Probably 2011 or 2012, and started turning this thing over in my head, thinking, okay, can this be a film? Can this be a film for me?
So do you immediately option it because you're like, oh, okay, because I know how these things play, and you want to make sure you have it, correct?
Correct, but I did not immediately option
Really?
it.
Okay.
Yeah, because I sort of wanted to make sure that I had something to offer it. Also, because I sort of do admire Richard Ford, I really wanted to sort of know that there was a film. Just a good book doesn't necessarily make a film, so why make a film of it? And when I thought of the ending for this film, which is different than the book, that's when I optioned the book, because I sort of knew the final shot sort of gave me the energy and the courage to sort of actually do it.
It's very cool because I think when you take, so you and Zoe Kazan co-wrote the screenplay, and it was from what I understand, it was a back and forth process, and that actually, you kind of took a very long run at it at first, and she sort of helped you, whittle it down and get to that point. But you sort of got the blessing from the author of the book to just make it your own property. And at that point when that happened, you have a sigh of relief? Because I think the onus would, or you'd feel sort of you'd have to be as faithful to the source material as you out of respect. But when he sort of cuts you loose, was that a breath of relief? Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, not only because I like his work, but he basically said that my book is my book and your picture's your picture.
Oh, that's
you
great.
need to establish your own values, and that sort of immediately gives you permission to sort of follow now what the film is. And you have to. He had the great bit of wisdom that you can't just sort of translate a book and make it into a film. And my partner and I, Zoe, this sort of story there is that I wrote a first draft. I secretly thought it was pretty good, and then I gave it to her, and she quickly dissuaded me.
Wow.
As friends do. As good friends do. Yeah. This is not as good as you think it is.
Did Richard Ford, the author, did he ever visit the set during filming, or did he stay away from all that?
No, he stayed away. I mean, we kept in touch via email. He writes the most beautiful emails, and we've been in touch. We just did a talk at Lincoln Center the last week in New York. He loves the film, so that means a lot.
So it's a story of a family and a family going through changes, and it's a funny thing because a simple story told this way. Families can provide your greatest sense of support and love, and also your greatest conflict in life, and your greatest, your greatest issues to deal with, and that's what you were looking to explore with this, correct?
That's exactly it. Richard Ford sort of captured a duality where he was able to look at this hard situation with a lot of compassion, a lot of love. That's certainly how I, sort of grew up. We lived in a one-bedroom apartment in New York. My family was close, but probably too close. And when my parents struggled, we felt it, and it's sort of, I moved to a new town when I was 14 to enter high school. At that point in your life, home is sort of the edge of the world. I didn't yet have friends in that town. And so that is sort of what the film is trying to express. It's really about a kid seeing his parents change, their marriage change, and sort of just being like thrust suddenly into adulthood.
It's got to be wild.
You mentioned your partnership with Zoe Kazan, and she was here with you when you came in July of 2012 for Ruby Sparks, and you deferred to her, I guess, when it comes to the writing process. But what is that like when you have an idea and you really love your idea, and then you give it to somebody else, and they say that's not bad, but I'm going to take. Is it trust? Is it how do you get to a point where you're like, all right, her idea is better than mine?
Well, it's debilitating first.
You're crippled. What do you mean?
No. So in this case, it wasn't that somebody's idea is better. It was like, okay, this was my first time writing. Zoe is a proper writer. She's written plays that have gone up in New York. She's written screenplays that have been produced. She saw what I was trying to do, but was like, I can. And also, frankly, we just couldn't get through a note session because we live together, and you have to sort of protect the relationship from a certain amount of conflict. So I think she was like, why don't I just do a pass, because I think it's healthier for us than if we just fight through these notes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that turned out to be wonderful. And it sort of opened up our process, which was we would talk about the script for 2 or 3 hours, then one of us would take it for a few weeks and sort of do a pass. So we each had our own process. And at that point, once you're into it, you're fighting on behalf of the characters and the film, so you're not fighting each other. Somebody has an idea, you believe in it, you talk about it, you get into it, and then time sort of reveals the right direction.
Those moments, though, where you as a director, like you're not moving the camera a lot, and you're just kind of letting it happen, to me, that would be such a hand-wringing thing. How do I do this? How do I convey the subtlety of this? Were there a number of passes, or did you just instinctively say, this is the way it's got to be?
No, it was from day one a film that let's not move the camera if we don't have to for the moment. Let's not put score on it unless we have to. Let's sort of like...
let it breathe?
Yeah, and also just like leave them to hang out to dry almost, because you don't want to be reductive about something like this, something as complicated. My feeling is I've always loved the illusion of simplicity, like something that looks simple but is really not, and it was something I said to my crew even, was like, it's like we're trying to make a film that's like sushi. Like it looks simple.
Quiet moments.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's actually beautiful, and it's hard to make. And
right.
I like
and
that.
you can kill people if you don't make it properly. So there you go.
Okay.
I like the analogy.
I love Mumford & Sons. They're like one of my favorite bands. Carey Mulligan is married to Marcus Mumford.
Yeah.
Did Marcus show up at all?
Oh, sure.
Did he?
Yeah, we hung. Yeah,
You made his day.
Yeah, we would go hit some golf balls, hang out. We were in Oklahoma. We were sort of in, I don't want to say the middle of nowhere, but...
You were in the middle of nowhere.
We were in the middle of nowhere.
Bum F. Bum F, as they call it.
And, but that's also one of the beauties about making a film on location is this feeling of like summer camp. So, Carey and I have known each other forever. Jake and I have known each other, known Marcus forever. There's something nice about the only people you have to lean on are the people you're there working with, and it's super fun.
Right.
Are they a part of the soundtrack at all?
They are not.
Okay.
I do think they have a new record coming out soon.
They
though.
do.
Yeah, I'm gonna
They
go.
do.
I watched a movie recently that you're in, Love and Mercy, about Brian Wilson, and it's an interesting movie. I didn't quite know what to expect. There are several different actors playing Brian Wilson in it. Can you talk a little bit about what that experience was like, and did you have a relationship or learn anything from Brian or talk to him about it?
Yeah, I think that's the best time I've ever had acting. Brian is a really special guy.
It's the story of Brian Wilson, by the way. And you play him as younger Brian Wilson around the time of the recording of Pet Sounds, and John Cusack plays him later on in life.
Yeah. For somebody who struggles so much, Brian, he's got an incredible amount of light inside of him. And frankly, studying that music for 6+ months was one of the greatest gifts I've had from work. I just felt so in love with what he's giving us through the spirit of this music, and I miss it.
It's a great movie, and I just saw your film after seeing a documentary called The Wrecking Crew, in which they sing. And I told Preston, and I think you've seen it since then.
Oh yeah.
And they talk about recording.
They are going to be playing that night around 5 o'clock too. So an early show. So if you get there and you do the full morning into afternoon thing with us, it's not that long of a wait until we get a show with Everclear.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
Yeah, and what's the word I was looking for?
Pulmonary?
Not pulmonary. No, I was trying to remember the lead singer's name. God almighty. Art Alexakis.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I don't know why I couldn't think of it. But Art, last time he was here, was great.
It's terrific.
Looking forward to seeing him again.
Loves it. Loves playing.
The next day, Lit and Fuel are playing at Montage as well. There's just this big event going on. They're doing this skiing across the water thing.
And it's a great facility.
Yeah.
It's terrific.
Yep. And participation is up to standard level as far as the amount of sleds that have entered for this whole thing. And some of our all-time favorites, some of the biggies
they're there.
Are ready to participate once again. They're excited about the event.
I have that warm-up event for Cardboard Classic this Friday. And so that's 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Friday the 17th. It's at McGurk's in Fort Washington. So swing by. You can win like these VIP passes. Kathy, I know you did one a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I did one a couple weeks ago, and they had we gave away lift tickets like every 15 minutes. So I don't know if they're doing that for yours, but it was like sort of a surprise.
Cool.
So you might want to go.
Well, they
by.
also have like places to stay. Did you already say that, Nick? Yeah.
I did not. So yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
And so these VIP passes are pretty awesome. So and you were giving away every 15 minutes?
Yeah, we were so you registered to win this, and then they also had lift tickets to give away. So you had the potential to win a bunch of different prizes.
Nice. Yeah. So that's 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Friday night at McGurk's.
Fabulous. I would like to thank Mr. Mark Summers for being on the program today. Mark has his podcast, which just debuted on Monday. It's called Unwrapped with Mark Summers.
He's great.
He is great. He's the best. And you can sign up on YouTube and subscribe to that whole thing, or you can check wherever podcasts are distributed because it's all over the place. But it was great having Mark on this morning. We need to do the letter of the day. So who's going to do that? Is that you, Case? All right, let's do that now. Here,
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show.
I'm going to let Kathy do the letter today.
Do it.
Is brought to you today by the letter
N is in Nancy.
Stop it.
What?
One.
Oh, man, what is this going to be?
I don't know. He'll have to come up with something.
Three letters are so far.
I don't know what the other two
I
are.
know.
Just pick
I
N.
know. We were talking about it off air. Okay. Let's see what this ends up being. Wow. On Friday. All right. So the letter N as in Nancy.
I did look it up. There are a few options for
All
N
right. All right. Good.
that
All
are
right.
not vulgar.
All right. Brought to you, or the prize we're giving away, by the way, Dave Matthews Band double shot. You get a pair of reserve seats on Friday, the 21st of July, and a pair of pit tickets the next night. Both Dave Matthews Band shows are at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, and they go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. Pretty sweet deal. So we give that away on Friday. Let me see here. I also need to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve radio program has been brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. On tomorrow's program, our buddy Robert Irvine has a new book out. It's pretty wild that we're having we have Mark Summers and Robert Irvine the next day.
Back to
Those
back.
Guys worked together for years.
Is it a cookbook or is it a...
I don't think it's a cookbook. I think it's kind of his...
it's about his breast.
It's about his... Marissa is she's gesturing towards her boobs. It's his what?
How do you say motivational?
Hard pecs.
His wife, though.
She's got boobs. We'll talk about boobs and all kinds of stuff tomorrow with Robert Irvine. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.